reflect both the urgency and the opportunity that lie ahead of us. Today, we are here not just to exchange knowledge, but to reimagine the future of poultry processing. From innovation in automation and cold chain logistics to food safety protocols, traceability technologies, and sustainable packaging, every link in the chain matters. Unlocking value means creating trust for consumers, better margins for producers, and resilience across the supply chain. Over the course of this conclave, we will hear from those who are refining best practices, working at the intersection of science and industry, and innovators who are shaping tomorrow's food systems. Let us use this platform to engage, question deeply, and collaborate meaningfully. Because when we get this right, processing poultry efficiently, safely, and sustainably, we don't just improve a sector, we strengthen public health, empower rural livelihoods, and secure our nation's future. Thank you once again for being here, and let's make this a truly and impactful action-driven conclave. I would now invite our dignitaries for today to please come on stage for the ceremonial cabinet. Dr. Sridhar, Mr. Samir Agarwal, Mr. Panekar, Dr. Barbudhe, Mr. Prashant Kumar, Rakesh is not here as of now, Mr. Gopinath, Dr. Deepak, Sham, Dr. Anurag Jena, Dr. Vijay Mukija, Professor Shukla, Mr. Selvan Madhukar, Dr. P. Mr. Abhi. Please come on stage. I will request the for the unveiling of our annual issue 2020. Thank you. Now I request the Managing Director, Mr. G.N. Ghosh, for his address.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to all. It is with deep humility and great pride that I stand before you today. Reflecting on a journey of over 60 years in Indian poultry, a journey I have been privileged to witness this document and contribute to the Indian poultry view and when I began my journey, poultry backyard activity driven by sustenance, non-commerce, farmers rare native parts and just introduce hybrid, high-yielding chicken with minimum resources, little scientific input. The idea of poultry as an industry was unheard of. But what a transformation we have seen. With the Green Revolution came scientific breeding, nutritional feed, and veterinary support, private sector innovations, government schemes, and farmers' resilience transformed India into one of the largest food producers. And in our industry over bridges between tradition and technology. A poultry sector that is sustainable, technology driven, inclusive and resilient. Let us invest in farmers' education, strengthen animal welfare, promote value-added products, and embrace digital marketing and further traceability. The next frontier is not just growth, it is responsible, equitable, and smart, climate-friendly growth. As we shall complete the IPR Annual Conclave this year and enter the 10th year, I seek your support as always. Together, we shall continue to lead the Indian poultry industry with passion to new heights. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. I now invite Dr. Tarun Sridhar for his thematic address. Dr. Sridhar is Director General, Indian Chamber of Food and Agriculture and former Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, Government of India. He has over 35 years experience in high levels of policy making and implementation. As Additional Chief Secretary of Himachal Pradesh, he looked after the Power, Personnel, Revenue and Forest departments. He conceived and launched a campaign for promotion of aquaculture. Under his guidance, a sound regulatory framework was developed to pave the way for sustainable development of fisheries and aquaculture in the country. He was also instrumental in ensuring remunerative returns to the fishers by organizing the market channels supported with adequate facilities. Dr. Sridhar has worked in the National Academy of Administration, training civil servants for holding senior positions. He also has wide and intense experience in infrastructure, industry, and social sectors in policy and implementation, such as horticulture, tourism, petroleum, environment, and forests, urban development. Dr. Sridhar is a prolific author with more than 200 published articles in both English and Hindi in professional journals as well as mainstream newspapers and magazines. Dr. Sridhar. One housekeeping request, please. Kindly put your mobiles on silent mode. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay, for this very elaborate introduction. I think I'm discovering myself. I didn't know that there was so much and so much more to me. Thank you, Sanjay, once again. A very good morning to all of you. It's truly an honor and privilege for me to be participating once again in the annual Poultry Conclave of IPR. I think this journey with IPR began about 6 years back, and it has been going stronger by the day. And each time I come here, I learn new friends, very wise and distinguished friends at that. Sanjay, I won't be giving a thematic address. I'll just briefly explain why, and I'll try to wind up within the 10 minutes allotted to me. When we were traveling yesterday from Delhi with Dr. Shukla and myself, on way from the airport, I asked Dr. Shukla, what can I talk about unlocking the value and efficient and safe, sustainable poultry? I'll be addressing the stalwarts of the poultry industry, the real practitioners and academics who know inside and out of poultry. And I don't even know the poultry. So what would I tell them? And secondly, we met some of the friends last evening, and I was very keenly listening to the discussion. Suresh Chituri and Amit Sarogi tried their best to involve me in the discussion, but I was feeling very ignorant. So instead of participating in the discussion, I opened Google Documents on my mobile and started jotting down the points which they were making. And I thought I'll just bounce them back with you today morning. You will have to deliver my thematic address. Dr. Shukla is very fortuitous that exactly on this date, 9th August 2020, 5 years back, the annual edition of Poultry Review, we didn't have a Poultry Conclave that time because it was peak of COVID. The theme was Poultry in the New Normal, and Sanjay requested us to write an article on this theme. So Dr. Shukla and I authored an article titled Chicken Soup for the Soul, if you recollect. Well, it will be a misnomer to say that Dr. Shukla and I authored. In fact, he authored the article because he was a poultry expert. I usually packaged it a little bit in some fancy words. It was exactly 5 years back. So, in a way, I'm glad that the dates of this Poultry Conclave were rescheduled on account of Lakma and came today. So, today was the day of Chicken Soup for the Soul. And we tried to establish that by this title, that poultry is therapeutic. It is therapeutic. It is not only good for the body, but it's also good for the mind and the soul. You see, in the ancient Rome, poultry was used to predict the future. They used to cut the fowl and the entrails would be read to find out whether the Romans will win the war or not. And yesterday's discussion was rather built on a lot of anxiety as to where poultry was heading. And there was a despondency, Dr. Kamal, if I am not wrong. And repeatedly it was being said that poultry has never had such a bad time. And these bad times are now extending to 5-6 months. We hope we bounce back. Ladies and gentlemen, poultry is the only food production sector which has always bounced back, despite the severest of crisis. Let it be recognized by everyone that historically it is established that poultry is the only food production sector which has been registering a consistent growth all through. Except for minor setbacks, I would call only hiccups. Hiccups don't last for more than a few seconds at the most event. So that is what the fate of poultry all this while has been. So when you say unlocking the value, poultry has been gradually and consistently unlocking its value all through. Now, other two key words in your theme are safe and sustainable. Well, that is something which deserves to be further discussed and further deliberated. Poultry is recognized amongst all the food production sectors, be it food grains, pulses, vegetables, horticulture, meat, fish, dairy. The only sector which is most in his regime. He gave a slogan that I want there to be no peasant in my kingdom so poor that he cannot have a chicken in his pot every Sunday. And in 1928, during the presidential elections of the United States of America, the slogan of the Republican Party was, "Let there be chicken in every pot." Today, ladies and gentlemen, the global population can afford that there can be a chicken in every pot, in every family all across the world. The consistency of poultry, if you see with the other meat production sectors, that is beef and pork. Over the last 3 decades or so, the demand and consumption and the growth of beef and pork has been by and large stagnant or hovering between 0 to 1% only. Whereas poultry's growth has been consistently 3% or above. The growth has been consistently 3% or above. And in certain areas, especially because poultry has also, during this short journey from Lake Club to this place, what percentage of poultry products available in the market are processed products, fresh, frozen products, as against what you get in the wet markets? Sometimes if you recollect that we had also deliberated this issue of wet markets in one of the editions of IPR, especially in the context of COVID, when there was a clamor from the world, including the Australian Prime Minister and Anthony Fauci, who was on the American task force on COVID, that we should put an embargo on wet markets and by a hammer close all of them. In my view, what the industry needs to look at is not closure of wet markets. While we are graduating from wet markets to frozen products, processed products, the pace of this movement is rather slow. The figure Dr. Mathila, you were quoting about 95% is wet markets and 5% is processed. Was it that? Or between 5 to 10%, there are a lot of data and figures floating around. One of the solutions would be reinventing the wet markets. You see, in Indian society, we as Indians put a high premium on what is called fresh. We still want to feel our vegetable, feel our food before buying it. We wish to see our meat before we buy it. If we can invest so much of our resources in processing and processing industry, why can't some of the resources be spent on wet markets? And just reinventing the wet markets does not require huge capital. All it requires is some bit of concern for hygiene and safety. Some bit of concern for safety and hygiene would go a long way in preserving the wet markets, because wet markets are not merely markets, not merely instruments of commerce. They are also part of our heritage and part of our social fabric. I will not go into the issues of the seed and the feed and soya base, etc. All of you would be knowing much better than that. I'll just share one or two concerns which I feel collectively the industry needs to address rather very strongly. You see, there are a lot of misgivings and negative propaganda which gets associated with poultry. Yesterday, again, I'm sorry, I'm going back to the informal discussion yesterday. Concern was being expressed that probably the demand for poultry products is going down. And we are trying to analyze as to why is it happening so. There are a lot of reasons for this. I don't have the figure that the demand is going down or up. One could be the seasonal variation in demand on account of religious sentiments and religious traditions. But one of the biggest threats to poultry and the industry as such is very serious misgivings, and those misgivings not being addressed collectively by the industry. One is with respect to avian influenza. Every time there is an outbreak of bird flu, our reaction is rather knee-jerk and the response is panic-driven, or it is driven on the basis of very unscientific evidence. I quote from the latest edition of the State of World Livestock Health, State of World Animal Health from the World Organization of Animal Health. In the last 3 years, there have been only 936 cases of humans getting infected by bird flu in the world. Only 936. And deaths have been only 465 over 3 years all over the world. And these 465 also have been people who have been very close handlers of the birds. And it says these deaths are attributed to bird flu. They have not been conclusively established that bird flu would have been one of the factors. But when we keep talking in terms of very alarmist language about bird flu, we create a lot of panic and public trust in the integrity and the safety of the product gets eroded. Surprisingly, the same publication in its article on bird flu gives these figures. It also outrightly states that the risk of bird flu infecting mammals is rather low, and risk of bird flu infecting humans who consume poultry is minimal and non-existent as today. But it also uses words like bird flu is an unprecedented crisis, there is devastation, there is disruption. When we use such strong language, and my request to poultry scientists, especially Dr. Shukla, please know, when you write your articles and when you publish your articles and when you advise the industry, please avoid using these alarmist and alarming adjectives and conclusions about the product. Second is the issue is of which I repeatedly say is antimicrobial resistance. Now, any number of research papers, articles in technical journals would say that Indian poultry farms are spawning bugs of antimicrobial resistance. The entire blame is put on poultry. INFA has brought up 2 publications after collecting industry data on use of antibiotics in the livestock sector. Globally, the Food and Agriculture Organization has admitted that only 10% of the global use of antibiotics in livestock sector is attributed to aquaculture and poultry combined. Aquaculture and poultry combined use only 10% of the antibiotics used in the entire animal husbandry or animal agriculture sector. 80% is used in cattle. That cattle used for cattle reared for beef. However, again, it is the entire burden of antimicrobial resistance is being put on the poultry sector. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, there is no organized resistance from the poultry sector to this issue, nor is an attempt to educate the public and bring the real data in the public domain. You see, optics are very important. It is not only how you present the thing is also very important. These are the issues which I think that the poultry industry collectively needs to understand. Again, the challenge to demand and the expansion of poultry is from certain very hidden and subtle campaigns which are taking place. Few days back, I had taken a friend of mine to a doctor just to show his annual medical reports. Reports were Eat Right India campaign. And Eat Right India campaign is a campaign launched by the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. It's an authority, statutory authority established under an Act of Parliament, FSSAI, which again said that, what you should consume in plenty is fresh vegetable food. Yes, no doubt about that. What you should really consume healthily and adequate quantities, milk and dairy products. And what you should consume sparingly is poultry, meat and eggs. So when you have these kind of subtle campaigns, that actually poses a threat to the sustainability of poultry. And this is something which all of you, the stalwarts of the industry, the food industry, who understand the ins and outs and the final nuances of the entire sector need to address. I'll conclude here. I have just 10 minutes. I think I have already spent the 10 minutes. So I don't know who to attribute this quote to, but it's a very interesting quote. And it could be the tagline of the poultry sector. Lord, help me be the person my chicken thinks I am. So poultry can actually be a motivator of men and women. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar, for an extremely enlightening and informative talk as usual. I would now invite Mr. Samir Agarwal for the industry overview. Mr. Samir Agarwal is Managing Director, Shalimar Group. With over 30 years of experience in the poultry industry and more than a decade in the dairy sector, Mr. Agarwal has been instrumental in driving the Shalimar Group's growth and transformation. Over the past 3 decades, he has successfully led the group to establish a strong national presence. Under his visionary leadership, the Shalimar Group has diversified both vertically and horizontally, expanding its business segments and operational footprint across India. He has also been instrumental in forging a strategic tie-up with the leading Japanese company for setting up a state-of-the-art fish feed manufacturing unit in Kharagpur, further strengthening the group's position in the animal nutrition sector. Mr. Agarwal actively oversees the core management functions and plays a key role in policy formulation, strategic planning, and implementation. Mr. Agarwal.
Good morning, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for this introduction and giving me an opportunity to address this gathering. In my 30 years plus in this industry, I have personally seen the Indian poultry industry transforming from a then backyard and a chicken and egg industry to a food industry now. We now see that we as poultry corporates are more and more being seen as being in the food industry and contributing to the food security of the nation. We can also proudly boast of being amongst the top 4 nations globally in producing chicken and eggs. And today, our industry contributes around 2.5 lakh INR to the Indian GDP annually. As I say, in spite of all this, in spite of the enormity of the poultry industry today, we also come with our own set of challenges and headwinds. As I speak today, I think in the last 4 months, the industry has undergone major upheavals and we have a whole set of challenges facing us. As Dr. Sridhar also pointed out in the informal conversation yesterday, I think that was one of the most important points of discussion as to whether we can survive in this challenging environment. I'll just outline a few challenges which I feel has been plaguing us for the last so many years, and I think it will continue to plague us in the years to come by. The high feed prices, which is characterized by very high raw material prices of maize and soya. I think that is a situation in which we can't help much because we are not controlling the factors which increase the prices of soya and maize. Another very important and crucial aspect is the production challenges that we are facing in broilers. When we sit back in our office, we are always pressurizing the production team, FCR ठीक करो, cost of production lower करो, mortality को नीचे करो, but we are seeing that the challenges, the disease challenges are only increasing by the day. As vaccines are coming in, so and so the disease is mutating and it is affecting us in a way which it never used to affect us earlier. Then we have challenges of retaining and motivating employees, especially at the field level. This is a perpetual challenge which I think all corporates are facing today. And at the end, we have to contend with the farmer who is perpetually dissatisfied with the growing charges that we pay them. So these are the production challenges that we continue to face, and I think we will be facing in the near future also. And these production challenges in itself is a problem for us, and the problem aggravates when we are selling our chicken at a lower price. Like we have seen in the last couple of months, the price at which we are selling our chicken is far below the cost of production. So what might be the solution for this? What I have seen is that we from the industry front have done enough of deliberating how to increase production efficiency, and what I have seen also, including our corporates, we spend 90% of our discussion in how to improve production. I think now a time has come to change the narrative. We have to now talk more of marketing and more of making the chicken available to the consumer. So the narrative has to shift from production to marketing. And for that, poultry processing is something that has to take center stage. Today, poultry processing is only about 10% of our total broiler production, but there is immense growth potential in this segment. Definitely, the industry is getting more consolidated now with corporates being at the forefront of poultry farming. It's not now that the farmers are doing the farming, but I would say the corporates have become poultry farmers, and they have the potential to invest in capital, invest in poultry processing, and that is where I think the future growth is going to come. How will this assist the industry? Consumption growth will accelerate as safe and hygienic chicken is made available to consumer around the clock. It should not be a morning ritual of buying the chicken. The chicken should be available to them throughout the day in all forms, whether it is marinades, whether it is cuts, whether it is nuggets, and whatever the consumer desires and demands. Because the consumer is also very discerning today and they want more and more stuff, more and more innovation in the chicken that they eat. And definitely if processing takes center stage, the chicken is safe, hygienic, and I am very sure in the near future, there is a time when poultry that is being sold will be legislatively also, we have to take action as to the food safety angle. So, as again Dr. Sridhar pointed out that we have to revolutionize the wet markets also. Wet market is not an issue. It is the hygiene or the lack of hygiene, I say, which plagues the wet market when the chicken is being sold. That is more of an issue. So if we can revolutionize the way chicken is being sold and promote it as a safe and healthy meat, I am sure the consumer will flock more to the shops and the consumption will go up. What we have seen in the last few years is that there is a definite emergence of regional players. When I go to Bangalore, Hyderabad, and many other states, we see that the regional players have become strong there and they have created a brand by which they have been able to penetrate to the household of the consumer. So chicken consumption is definitely going up because of the creation of these very strong regional brands. In future, there might be accelerated concerns over environment and safety, and I think this can be addressed by proper and organized chicken processing, which will definitely address and mitigate these food safety concerns. In conclusion, I would say that yes, change is a constant. It does not happen overnight. In these last 30 years, even the production has evolved. Now we are into environmentally controlled farming. We are also teaching our farmers to grow chicken in an environmentally controlled environment, which was not even thought of.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. I now invite our first guest of honor, Sudhir Singh Vyas, President of IPR Poultry India, for his address.
Namaskar everybody. Respected Sri Tarun Sridhar ji, Dr. P.K. Shukla ji, G.N. Ghosh ji, जो हमारे industry के torch bearer है, and we were honored to be yesterday with you, sir. Madan Mohan Maite ji, and also, of course, Sanjay Mukherjee ji. Thank you. Today, I have come here to brief you on Poultry India, as the today's seminar is basically farm to folk, from farm to folk. That is very precise, and moreover, unlocking values. So I would like to say unlocking Poultry India 17th edition this time. So I would try to take it in that verse and move forward, because my subject is related to the exhibition today. So henceforth, I would take you from there. So now we, as you know, Poultry India is the largest South Asia's exhibition, and we would be, in the 16th edition, we have concluded with almost 40,000 visitors who have come to Hyderabad, had a wonderful experience. And this year, we are going with 17th edition, which is on the 26th, 27th and 28th November. ये एग्जीबिशन ये साल का इसलिए यूनिक रहेगा क्योंकि हमें ऑलमोस्ट 15 से 20 देशों से पोल्ट्री एसोसिएशंस ऑफ वेरियस कंट्रीज हमको ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं पोल्ट्री इंडिया को। यहाँ पर वो लोग इंडिया इसीलिए आ रहे हैं कि मॉडर्न प्रैक्टिसेस जो अडॉप्ट किए जा रहे हैं, और वहाँ पर एज वी ऑल नो टुडे हाउ वी स्टैंड इन द egg production and meat production, I need not say that, second and third. So they want to see how are we able to get the best of the product done at a very good price. So they are coming along with their delegation. I have delegations from Nigeria, Uganda, most of the places from Africa and from Europe, and also IPPE जो कि अमेरिका का एक सबसे बड़ा एग्जीबिशन है, वो लोग भी हमें ये साल ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। So all these combined efforts have been taken up by Poultry India and its committee. Committee यहाँ पर हर चीज़ पे ये कोशिश कर रही है कि जब हम लोग सब साथ होके काम कर रहे हैं आज हर एग्जीबिशन, हमारे लिए फर्स्ट सक्सेस था जब वेस्ट बंगाल पोल्ट्री फेडरेशन ने हमें ये हमारे साथ जुड़ने का एक अवसर दे के उन्होंने पूरा सपोर्ट किया पोल्ट्री इंडिया को सक्सेस बनाने में। आज उसका हम लोग लुत्फ उतार रहे हैं। सो इसी तरीके से हम लोग ये साल कई एसोसिएशंस को हमने अपने साथ बांधा है और आगे उसको लेके चल रहे हैं। तो आई वुड लाइक टू शो यू फ्यू ग्लिम्पसेस ऑफ पोल्ट्री इंडिया एंड आई विल कंक्लूड इट वेरी फास्ट। सो दिस इज द ग्लिम्पसेस विच वी हैव टेकन फ्रॉम द 16th एडिशन ऑफ पोल्ट्री इंडिया। एंड अंत में मैं ये बोलना चाह रहा हूँ कि लास्ट ईयर वी हैव टेकन पोल्ट्री इंडिया कॉन्फेडरेशन ऑफ पोल्ट्री एसोसिएशन। ये वी हैव मेड अ grandfather of the associations we are trying to make, and इसमें almost 10 associations अभी अपनी भागीदारी दिया है। तो ये associations हमारे साथ में जो भी इंडस्ट्री के कंसर्न्स है, जो हमें गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को लेके जाना है, जो भी इस पे हमें खर्चा लगता है, वो हम लोग इस एसोसिएशन के द्वारा हम लोग उस पर खर्चा करेंगे और वो सब्जेक्ट्स हम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पास लेके जाएंगे और उसको वहाँ पर हम समझाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि हमारे इंडस्ट्री के लिए क्या ज़रूरत है। तो आज आप देख ही रहे होंगे कि पोल्ट्री इंडिया आईपीआर ये पूरे एफर्ट्स अपने लगा रहा है क्योंकि आज हम पूरे भारतवासी पूरे एक बन के अपना काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा देश पहले, नेशन फर्स्ट फॉर अस। सो इसी तरीके से हम लोग ये इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं और इसमें हर आदमी यहाँ जो बैठे हैं उनका सहयोग हमें मिला है। तो आई विल जस्ट टेक यू टू द स्मॉल ग्लिम्पसेस ऑफ पोल्ट्री इंडिया। So this also, the last point I would like to say is that जो एसोसिएशन का जो हमारे पोल्ट्री इंडिया का जो हमें रेवेन्यू आता है पोल्ट्री इंडिया से, उसका 50% हम लोग पोल्ट्री इंडिया कॉन्फेडरेशन ऑफ पोल्ट्री एसोसिएशन को हम दे देंगे। वो पैसा इंडस्ट्री के ही काम में आ रहा है। जो पैसा हमारा लग रहा है इंडस्ट्री में पोल्ट्री ये जो एग्जीबिशन के थ्रू, वही पैसा हम फिर इंडस्ट्री को वापस दे रहे हैं। आज ये एक पोल्ट्री इंडिया ही एक ऐसा एसोसिएशन है जो इंडस्ट्री का पैसा इंडस्ट्री को ही वापस करता है और इसमें किसी को कोई प्रॉफिट हम हमारे लिए रखे नहीं है। वी आर गिविंग बैक टू दी आवर ओन कंट्री, अपने अपने देश को दे रहे हैं जो हमारे प्रॉब्लम्स को हम लोग सॉल्व कर सकते हैं। सो ये साल हमने 5 करोड़ रुपए हमने पोल्ट्री इंडिया ने PI सिफा को दे चुका है और इसीलिए हम लोग नेक्स्ट आने वाले कुछ महीनों में हम ये काम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं। इंडस्ट्री के जो स्टेक होल्डर्स है, जो एसोसिएशन के प्रेसिडेंट्स है, तो ये लोगों को लेके, तो इसी हिसाब से हम इंडस्ट्री को आगे बढ़ाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सो इसके साथ मैं ये आप लोगों को इनविटेशन देता हूं कि आप लोग हैदराबाद को 26, 27, 28 नवंबर आप अपने डेट्स ब्लॉक कर लीजिए और हमारे इवेंट को आप लोग बेहतरीन तरीके से सक्सेसफुल बनाएं, आपका आशीर्वाद दे और इसको आगे बढ़ाइए। क्योंकि ये आज रक्षाबंधन का समय है, तो हम लोग सब अपने काम अपना घर छोड़ के आए हैं, एक बंधन कुछ फिर जाके बनाना तो पड़ेगा घर पे, तो ये बंधन हम लोग आगे कंटिन्यू करेंगे। एंड थैंक यू मुखर्जी जी फॉर गिविंग अस दिस गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी। रक्षाबंधन के साथ हम सब बन जाएंगे आज हमारे अपने पोल्ट्री इंडिया को आगे बढ़ाने। थैंक यू सो मच। जय हिंद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, Udaji. I would now invite our next guest of honor, Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, General Secretary, West Bengal Federation, to say a few words.
Respected Gunuda, and his poultry review, Poultry Jagat, respected Mr. Sridhar, respected Professor Shukla, from Federation Samir Babu, Radhesham Babu, Poultry India Udayji, and all other key person of the industry sitting here. Many of the organization head is also sitting here. I think industry is growing in India, it is correct. And it is correct, we also far from the recommendation of MCR, is very far behind. It is also correct. But it's very serious things like that. My idea is we are producing our product, egg and chicken. The Indian consumer is ready to pay more money what we charge from them. But very sadly, we are happy. Last year we have stood fast pace in the meat production in the country in India, which have a 4.25% land of the country. But simultaneously our farmers are not happy. They are not getting good prices. I am welcome to all of you and spreading the message by all of the stakeholder and important personality present here, inviting to the all state level associations, and one side all the integrators. When you know when it is necessary, what is our demand, is time specific. In the religious problems, shortfalls of the consumption specific. So we cannot produce as per the demand of our country. Why? We cannot more reach to our sector, avoiding the inter-competitions. If it is avoiding, all will be very happy. We have more chances exports of our product in outside to our country. We should explore how much capacity can we export in outside for save to our industry inside India. I am welcoming to the all state bodies, all state association should be more coming together for development to our sector and realize the more price of our product that can be help to our industry. I am also welcoming to the all states, all key person, all sector. Now the doctors and nutritionist also already spreading the message that egg and chicken is the very safest. Our people can consume easily. Last 10 years back we are advertising single egg per day. Now majority of the doctors told, can you 2 egg every day without any hesitation? Sometimes I think or promote to our products, we should further welcome to the all sectors, all key person, all the association of the country for need to the combat of the bad advertisement of the media, use of antibiotic and hormones and everything. We are out back behind this. We need to do something more. In the industry, specific poultry is growing every year. But we are facing shortfalls of the foods. Further, I am welcoming to the all states bodies. Please try to apply to your government for production of the more poultry related crops. And I am proud to say our state government and the federation jointly, we have produced in West Bengal, having a very less land, nearly 4 million metric ton maize within 10 years from 0 to 4 million metric tons. If it is think in Uttar Pradesh, if it is think in every state, we are now maximum production is 37 to 38 million metric ton in our country. If you calculate as per the land in West Bengal in production of maize, only in case of one item, in all states bodies, all state association, all poultry unit, all key person, if you apply to their government and if you produced as level of the West Bengal, we will go reach the 80 million metric tons of maize easily in our country. We should be more associate for request to the government of India for the approve of the HP vaccination bird flu in our country. Why not? Many of the country already approved it, but we are lag behind this. For safe to our farms, safe to our farmers. My personal thanks to Guruda Gautam Narayan Ghosh. I am very known to Guruda last 30 to 33 years. Today's program, myself in my Poultry Federation and my personal family, I am thanks to you for running this one leading poultry magazine in our country, very since inception. And also requesting to all, you know all our West Bengal Poultry Federation holds a poultry fair in every year. This year from 10th to 13th February in 2026. Please join with us. You are the key person. Give the suggestion for the improvement of this fair, for how we improve it. And I am very happy to Poultry India with us jointly for develop the poultry industry in the West Bengal. I am once again think to you, now poultry is growing in the West Bengal base only now. If you go over the country, when the growth is 4 to 4.5% to 5%, here growth is the 10 to 15% in poultry sector. So it is undoubtedly, we say, all the key person and all the producers and all the important persons, its eyes in the base on the Calcutta. Thanks to the Sanjay for inviting me in behalf of Gunuda and this poultry review. Thanks, Sanjay.
Thank you, Madan Babu. Our next guest of honor for today is Dr. Dibyendu De, Executive Director, America Animal Health Private Limited. Dr. De.
Respected Gonuda, respected dignitaries, the titans of Indian poultry industry, my friends. Well, I'm going to speak very briefly about HPI vaccines. And as Tarun sir has just told, we don't want to frighten anyone, but we'd also like to mention that India has witnessed COVID, actually the entire world has witnessed. And while each one of us was battling COVID, there is one unscrupulous WhatsApp message that also added to the Indian poultry industry's pain, that how devastating this message was. Now, as you can see, this is recent data, and again I said I'm not going to talk much about technical, but yes, we should recognize that there's a spread of HPI in the mammals and at times human beings. Now, whether it frighten us or not, we have to accept the fact that, again, if there's a rumor, if there's a passage from poultry to human, more than science, the rumor takes place. Now, what to do? What should be the approach? I've seen viewpoint of Madanda also. I've also seen the viewpoint of Mr. Siddharth. I would like to say that India has been the stamping out policy has been very, very successful since the onset of this disease in India. But those who are in poultry, I think we should also recognize that this is a particular year, almost 9 to 10 months this disease is prevailing in India. Normally, we have seen HPI during winter, it comes with a migratory bird. At times in peak of summer, some occasional outbreak. But whether it's reported or no, we recognize or no, or do not recognize, from November till today, somewhere in the country this disease is prevailing. So, as we did, the ministry did help us to recognize as H9 as a vaccine, and it enabled the Indian manufacturer, as Nishad, the biggest repository holder for the vaccines, LPI, 3 or 4 formidable Indian vaccine manufacturers are producing LPI vaccine. Why not use the same thing as a short-term strategy, going for a inactivated vaccine against HPI? Because as we say, for the farmers, we say in Hindi, marta kya na karta, when there's an outbreak. Now, we might say many things scientifically, pharmaceutical company will say something, policymaker will say something. But for him, it's like a Bahati Nadi ka dhara, he has to find his solution. Like river flow finds his stream, makes his way. In terms of resource, financial resource, we have one of the best biotechnologies, and believe me, think of reverse genetics, which definitely using DIVA technique, where you can differentiate between vaccine strain and virus strain. Then we can also use vector or recombinant technology using HVT, fowlpox or adenovirus. It's a recombinant technology. I am telling you, the technology of these things are available in India. We don't have to just search for it. It's a kind of a policy. Once there's an enablement, investor will invest to develop the best vaccine. And of course, the COPRA, like chimeric, oligomeric, protein recombinant vaccines. These are mid-term to long-term, which will take 7 to 10 years' time. And of course, VLP. And finally, mRNA. You have seen the Indian companies that develop mRNA vaccines against COVID. I think people can develop. What I only request that let us try to plug the gap of illegal vaccine usage. We know any poultry producer will recognize there's a prevalence of HPI much more than what we thought this year, and is going to stay. My worry, apart from the temporary loss, the again rumor plays whether science does not listen. It's a kind of rumor, people listen more. And let us not wait for that situation. I like to request each one of you to think about it and create an environment that tomorrow we request the government to convince the government to think a policy for H5 vaccine. Thank you so much.
And sustainability inspires us. We feed not just the nation, but its future. My sincere thanks to the Indian Poultry Review for bringing together such an esteemed gathering. Poultry is a vital pillar of India's food security and rural livelihoods. As demand grows, we must ensure that every product reaches the consumers is produced responsibly and with care. Efficiency means using modern technology to reduce waste, optimize processes, and increase value for our farmers and consumers alike. Safety demands rigorous hygiene, quality checks, and robust cold chain systems to ensure that trust remains absolute. Sustainability calls for conserving resources, reducing emissions, and promoting animal welfare, ensuring our industry thrives without compromising the planet. Events like these gives us a platform to ensure that we share innovations, build collaborations, and set a vision for the future. Together, we can make India a global leader in poultry excellence while safeguarding the health of people, animal, and the environment. Thank you, and I wish the forum a great success. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Would like to thank the Poultry Review team for giving Thematic Group an honor to speak in front of the industry leaders. To begin with, today we all know that we are going through, the poultry industry is going through a real bad phase. Okay. But we need to keep improving every day. To come, we are facing challenges, but we have to enable ourselves to overcome these challenges that we are facing. And in order to do that, we need to collaborate with each other. We have to come together, share hands in hands, and share knowledge. As practice, a lot of the speakers ahead of me have already addressed and said that we have to market our product, ensure that the world knows that the poultry is safe and we can consume it without any doubts, without having any fear. So we need to do all of that. The challenges that we are currently facing are the ready bird rates, heavy mortality, and the volatile nature of the raw material. These are certain factors that we cannot, these are not in our hands, but there are certain things that are in our hands, like providing quality product and services, passing on the market knowledge at the grassroots level, sharing information to the farmers to improve the business, stopping trends becoming rules. If we do not stop people spreading misinformation, we are setting the trends and they are becoming rules. Sharing good practices and educating public by campaigns. Today, our point of discussion is safe farm to food or farm to fork. Would like to mention here, I'd like to take this opportunity and thank few companies like Kemin and EY Nutrition who have helped us as a company to overcome few challenges and becoming safer for the bird. They have helped us in improving our product and services by training us and we eventually train the farmers. So these companies have come up the ladder, helped us, and we are going ahead and helping the farmers. So in this way, we all are collaborating and trying to solve the industry's challenges one of the challenges that we are going through. When I started my professional journey, I was a software engineer in use office systems way back in year 2003. And due to certain circumstances, I had to join my family business in 2010. In 2010, I do remember that the chicks rate used to be around 20s and the feed rate around 1,000 rupees. The chicken rate used to be around 80s. If we move from 2010 to 2025, the prices of the raw materials have doubled, but the chicken prices are still the same. This is just one of the food of thought for all of us to think over and to act. I'll request the industry leaders, as talking about Bhandari Group, we are just regional groups, a family-driven, owned and operated company. But a lot of corporates are entering this industry now. We are there to extend our support. We are there to provide any help from our side we can to come up and redefine this whole industry. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Deo. I now have a very pleasurable part of the ceremony to address. We are very fortunate today that some organizations have expressed the desire to honor Mr. G.N. Ghosh, our managing editor and the pioneering poultry journalist of the country, by way of citations for his long contribution to the industry. I would now like to invite the West Bengal Poultry Federation, Mr. Madan Maiti, and other representatives to please come on stage to hand over the citation to Mr. Ghosh. Mr. Ghosh, would you please come on stage as well?
Invite to all Poultry Federation people in here. Please come forward. Madam also, please come. Yeah, executive committee member, Punjaji, please come. Shukla sir, please come. Please. Sir, please, sir. Modaji, please.
I will read out the citation of honor presented by West Bengal Poultry Federation to Shri G.N. Ghosh, Managing Editor, Indian Poultry Review Group of Publications. The West Bengal Poultry Federation takes immense pride in presenting the citation of honor to Shri Gautam Narayan Ghosh, our very own Gonuda, a towering figure in Indian agribusiness journalism, for his unparalleled contribution to the evolution and empowerment of the poultry industry across India, which is commendable. With a remarkable career spanning over 6 decades, Shri Ghosh has been the unwavering voice and visionary chronicler of India's poultry revolution. As the founder and managing editor of Indian Poultry Review, his pen became the pulse of a growing industry, educating, informing, and inspiring generations of farmers, entrepreneurs, scientists, and policymakers. His meticulous reporting, editorial foresight, and relentless advocacy for sustainable poultry practices have laid the foundation for countless startups, success stories, and industry benchmarks, particularly in Eastern India. He has been actively engaged in this sector since before the inception of the Federation and played a pivotal role in establishing the West Bengal Poultry Federation. He is an integral member of the Federation and executive member of the Executive Committee since its inception. Shri Ghosh is directly involved in all activities of the Federation, not only being present at important events and meetings, but also indirectly through his regular publications Poultry Jagat and Indian Poultry Review. In Bengal, where small and marginal poultry farmers need both technical knowledge and encouragement, Shri Ghosh became a guiding force. Through his insightful writing, expert advice, and dedicated fieldwork, he helped bridge the gap between scientific knowledge and the everyday challenges of rural poultry farming. He made difficult scientific ideas easy to understand and shared valuable information in both English and Bengali through his newsletter publications Poultry Jagat and Indian Poultry Review, empowering farmers across the region with real opportunities to grow. Shri Ghosh's impact has gone far beyond his publications. He played a pivotal key role in turning poultry farming from a simple household activity into a respected and organized industry. Today, as we honor Gonuda's phenomenal journey, we salute a man whose commitment, integrity, and passion continue to shape the industry of Indian poultry. His legacy is etched not just in print, but in the lives he has uplifted and the future he has helped forge.
Could I request everybody on stage to remain on stage for the presentation? Come. Come. The next citation of honor would be presented by Indian Poultry Science Association. I'll read the citation. In heartfelt recognition for his monumental contribution to the Indian poultry industry, the Indian Poultry Science Association is proud to honor Mr. G.N. Ghosh, founder and managing editor of Indian Poultry Review group of publications, for a 6-decade-long dedication to the growth, stability, and scientific advancement of poultry and agribusiness in India. A pioneering force in poultry journalism, Mr. Ghosh has been instrumental in shaping informed discourse, bridging the gap between scientific innovation and grassroots practice. Through his visionary leadership and tireless editorial stewardship, Indian Poultry Review and Poultry Jagat in Bengali, Hindi, Punjabi, and English became not only a platform for technical exchange, but also a catalyst for national policy reflection and industry collaboration. His efforts in creating a platform for young researchers and academicians to contribute articles and showcase their work have empowered new voices and built a robust culture of learning and knowledge exchange. Over the decades, Indian Poultry Review, under his able vision, has been shaping public and professional discourse around poultry science, agribusiness, and sustainable farming. With journalistic integrity, editorial excellence, and a deep commitment to the growth of Indian poultry ecosystem, Shri Ghosh has become a revered figure, respected by peers, admired by the academic community, and cherished by the industry he helped document and define. For his prolific and enduring service, his integrity in chronicling the industry's evolution, and his indelible impact on Indian agribusiness, Indian Poultry Science Association is privileged to present this honorary citation with gratitude, admiration, and respect. Dr. Shukla, President of Indian Poultry Science Association, presents the citation. The next citation would be presented by CLAFMA of India, and I request Mr. Srinidhi to kindly come on stage for the presentation of the citation. Also, Mr. Abhay Parnekar is here, Deputy Chairman of CLAFMA, so I request both of them to do the honors. I'll read the citation. CLAFMA of India takes immense pride in honoring Mr. G.N. Ghosh, the visionary whose tireless journey over 6 decades has profoundly shaped the landscape of the Indian poultry industry. A pioneering figure in poultry journalism, Mr. Ghosh has not merely chronicled the growth of this sector, he has been an active catalyst in transforming it from a fragmented trade into a structured and respected industry. Through the pages of Indian Poultry Review, which he nurtured with editorial excellence and unflinching dedication, Mr. Ghosh gave voice to farmers, entrepreneurs, scientists, and policymakers. His mighty pen, informed by sharp insight, technical clarity, and a deep understanding of rural India, has consistently brought to light the challenges, innovations, and triumphs of poultry farming in the country. His writings did more than inform, it inspired generations of poultry professionals and agripreneurs to aim higher. Mr. Ghosh's commitment to knowledge dissemination, policy advocacy, and his ability to connect grassroots realities with national agribusiness vision has been invaluable. Today, as Indian poultry stands globally acknowledged for its scale, quality, and scientific advancement, we salute the man whose unwavering belief in its potential never faltered. CLAFMA is privileged to present the citation to Mr. Ghosh in recognition of his relentless service and for scripting the poultry success story of India. The next citation to Mr. Ghosh would be from the university at Mathura, Veterinary University at Mathura, from the College of Poultry Science, Department of Poultry Science, College of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry, UP Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Pashu Chikitsa Vigyan Vishwavidyalaya एवं गो अनुसंधान संस्थान दुवासु मथुरा. And the citation to be presented by Professor Shukla reads, in appreciation of his outstanding contributions to the Indian poultry sector over the past several decades, we humbly honor Shri G.N. Ghosh as a pioneering figure in Indian poultry journalism and its evolution. Shri Ghosh has not only chronicled the enigmatic evolution of the poultry industry, but has also helped shape its trajectory through his insightful writings and editorial vision. As managing editor of Indian Poultry Review and Poultry Jagat, his editorial vision transformed Indian Poultry Review group of publications into a trusted industry publication and also a bridge between the academic world and the commercial sector. A steadfast advocate of knowledge dissemination, Shri Ghosh has played a dynamic role in bridging the gap between industry and academia. He has provided generations of students, scholars, and practitioners with timely insights, critical analysis, and emerging trends that have enriched curricula and advanced understanding. Under his stewardship, Indian Poultry Review became more than a trade publication. It evolved into a knowledge platform where students, researchers, and academicians could find the latest insights, contribute scholarly articles, and share research that informs practice and policy. Through his tireless efforts, Shri Ghosh has nurtured a culture of learning and inquiry, empowering generations of poultry professionals with the tools to think critically, innovate boldly, and grow sustainably. His commitment to intellectual rigor and his generous support of young talent have left an indelible mark on the academic landscape of Indian poultry science. We honor him today for a lifetime of service, scholarship, and steadfast dedication. I now request Dr. Shirish Nigam, Managing Director, South Asia, EW Nutrition India, President, INFA, General Secretary, WVPA India, National Co-Convener, Entrepreneurs Wing of IVA, to honor Mr. Ghosh. The citation for Mr. Ghosh reads, in recognition of his visionary leadership and lifelong dedication to agricultural journalism, Mr. Ghosh, Managing Editor of the Indian Poultry Review and founder of the IPR Group, is honored for his unparalleled contribution to chronicling the evolution of India's poultry industry. As the driving force behind South Asia's oldest poultry media organization, Mr. Ghosh has not only documented the industry's milestones over 5 decades, but has also nurtured enduring relationships with industry pioneers and grassroots farmers alike. His work through publications like Indian Poultry Review and Poultry Jagat has empowered generations with knowledge, insight, and inspiration. That goes in for citation.
Yes, where is the booking? Anyway, I think
Booking. Not this.
bouquet. Ekta bouquet আছে না? I think we need to have a big round of applause. Hall, you have to appeal.
There are 2 more citations to go. There are 2 more citations to go. Could I request Dr. Pawan Kumar to please come up and present the citation on behalf of Bihar Poultry Farmers Association? The citation reads, the Bihar Poultry Farmers Association takes immense pride in presenting the citation of honor to Shri G.N. Ghosh, a stalwart of Indian poultry journalism and a relentless crusader for the growth and recognition of Indian poultry in the national agribusiness landscape. Over 6 decades, Shri Ghosh has tirelessly dedicated himself to the development of the poultry sector, using his extraordinary journalistic acumen to highlight its challenges, champion its achievements, and advocate for farmer-centric policies. As the founder and managing editor of Indian Poultry Review and Poultry Jagat, published in several vernacular languages, his publications have become a trusted voice and vital platform for the poultry farming community, researchers, policymakers, and industry leaders alike. Through his sharp editorial vision and unwavering commitment, Shri Ghosh has played a pivotal role in mainstreaming poultry farming within the larger agribusiness ecosystem of India. His writings and campaigns have inspired thousands of poultry entrepreneurs and catalyzed the modernization and scientific transformation of the industry. His deep understanding of grassroots realities, paired with a progressive outlook, has made him an invaluable connect between farmers and the industry at large. In honoring Shri Ghosh today, we also celebrate his steadfast dedication to empowering farming communities, particularly in states like Bihar, where his work has encouraged sustainable practices and entrepreneurial aspirations among rural youth. On behalf of all our members, we express our deepest admiration and gratitude for Shri Ghosh's lifetime of contribution. His legacy will continue to inspire generations of poultry farmers and agripreneurs to come. We wish him a happy and healthy life ahead. I would now invite Mr. Abir Mukherjee of Thematic International Private Limited to honor Mr. Ghosh with his citation for the title of Poultry Journalism. On behalf of the Indian Poultry Fraternity, Thematic International Private Limited is proud to honor Mr. G.N. Ghosh, Managing Editor of Indian Poultry Review,
who is famous as Gautam Da of Poultry Jagat, for his extraordinary 6-decade-long journey in professional poultry journalism. A true trailblazer, Mr. Ghosh has been the voice, vision, and conscience of India's poultry sector, documenting its evolution from a nascent enterprise to a formidable agro-industry. With sharp editorial insight, unwavering commitment to facts, and an indomitable spirit of service, Mr. Ghosh, with the able support of Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee, has transformed Indian Poultry Review into a vital knowledge platform connecting farmers, scientists, entrepreneurs, and policymakers across the country. His pen has not only chronicled the milestones of the industry, but has also advocated tirelessly for its growth, resilience, and global competitiveness. Later, with his grassroots vernacular, Poultry Jagat, Mr. Ghosh has remained steadfast in his mission to inform, inspire, and empower the rural Indian poultry community. His work reflects not just journalistic excellence, but a rare and enduring dedication to the advancement of animal agriculture and rural livelihoods. What truly sets Mr. Ghosh apart is not just his journalistic excellence, but his humane and humble nature. Always approachable, he has generously shared his knowledge and guidance and encouragement with thousands who have sought his advice, whether it is for farmers, researchers, or industry leaders. His innate warmth and respect for all have earned him admiration that transcends generations. A true mark of capable leadership is seen in effective succession planning, a principle clearly demonstrated in action by Mr. Ghosh. Mr. Ghosh's unwavering belief in the potential of Indian poultry and his forward-thinking vision have made him a moral compass and thought leader for the industry. He has constantly urged stakeholders to rise above short-term challenges and invest in a brighter, sustainable, and inclusive future for Indian agribusiness. In honoring Mr. Ghosh today, we salute a legend in poultry journalism who has been a mentor, friend, and guiding light to the community. We extend our heartfelt congratulations on his remarkable legacy and express our deepest gratitude for his lifelong dedication and transformative contributions to the Indian poultry industry. Thank you. I now invite Mr. Abhay Parnekar, CEO Godrej Foods, for his keynote address. In a diverse career spanning 2 decades, Mr. Parnekar has lived in 3 continents and worked across multiple functions: sales, distribution, account management, marketing, business development, and M&A. He spent close to 18 years at the Coca-Cola Company, and in his last role, he was heading Coca-Cola's business for diverse markets in Southeast Europe. He started his professional career at Dabur Foods and has also been an entrepreneur where he co-founded and led a beverage startup for 3 years, a time he considers to be one of his biggest learning experiences. He is a mechanical engineer and completed his MBA from Jawaharlal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. He is passionate about traveling and reading and considers them to be the best way to learn about people, cultures, economics, and social politics. Mr. Parnekar has traveled to more than 60 countries so far and is aiming to complete a century in coming years.
Mr. Kanekar, the floor is yours.
Could you have the presentation, please? Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. It's an honor and privilege to be here today, especially on the day such an industry stalwart was being recognized. So it's an honor to be here, sir. All the respected guests, on this day, I would like to talk about a topic which was told to me that this is a group of poultry industry people, a lot of industry stalwarts from various facets of the business. Within that, I consider my own experience less than 3 years, so by no means I'm an expert. But what I'll try and do is to raise some thoughts which, like a thought starter, which perhaps you all can process in your own ways. Shri Tarun Sridharji, I think in his opening address, and I was making notes because I've seen, I think, this industry in different forums. I think it passes through cycles of exuberance and despondency. So as he said, so I think right now we are in one of those cycles where there is this, I think the phrases he used, and I think they hit home because that is so true, I think. Panic, lack of public trust, misgivings, I think, sense of despair. So that's something I think which I hear in many such forums. But I'm a marketeer, I'm a marketeer 20 years. I was with a company which specializes in marketing, Coca-Cola company. So what they say about marketing, a brief quote, I think, that marketing is just telling the world everything is fine when it is on fire, and then making everybody feel good about it. So that is what marketing is. So I will focus more on the positive hope, optimism about this. And using some examples, I'll talk through that. This is working. No. Okay. Oh, yeah. So I think what I call this chicken, in a way, if I think about it, the products I've worked with, if you think about products that are marketed a lot, chicken that way is a marketeer's dream. Taste hai, health hai, there is a very big need for protein, and there is a huge market. What else do you need to market a product? Need and market is very evident. I think the growth has been there. Indians consume now protein products at a very, very fast rate. And this is not just chicken, but this is the entire protein market growing at this kind of a double-digit CAGR. Aajkal people are putting protein in ice creams as well. So I think that's the kind of growth protein has, and that's the kind of need it has. And the reason is not very surprising. India has one of the lowest consumption of protein, and this is global data. Chicken is the most affordable source of protein. I think sometimes people do sort of make different comparisons, etc. But whenever we've run our numbers, whenever we see it, it is the most affordable way to get protein across to the Indian masses. So that is also a big tick mark for a product which we are talking about marketing that product. But obviously, why it does, as in when you pass through these cycles, different cycles, there has to be a different approach. And this has happened in many industry, by the way. It's not something that's only in poultry that we are talking about. So right now, people say it's 90% live bird, 10% processed, some say 95.5. The numbers don't matter. I think we all have to agree that it's a very large part which is still wet market, which is still live bird. But if we have to change that, and by the way, just as this thing, we at Godrej have taken a very conscious approach to ours is right now, our revenue structure is exactly the reverse. So most of our revenue today is value added and processed versus live bird, and that is a conscious call we've taken. Obviously, everyone would take that call as per their own this thing. But to make this change, and we are still on that journey, what you need is change from just pure commerce or trading to thinking about consumers, the way any marketing company does that. And which is one, add value. I think all these products now today in the dairy industry, you would find them in packaged format and marketed by companies, and a very, very high adoption of it. So what has driven this? One is, I think, a very strong emphasis has to be given to creating product using consumer insights. And I think who better than us Indians in the country to know about the insights, how chicken is consumed and all. And this is one example I take of the brand on the left-hand side, my left-hand side, is Quaker Oats. It's a Pepsi brand, came into India with a product, but didn't work. Saffola, which is a product of Marico at the same time, they knew that for breakfast, Indians want savory products, a taste which I think they want is not something bland like cereals, etc. They launched this, and now if won't be a supermarket where you would not find this Saffola masala oats. Yesterday I was in the trade and I counted about 8 variants of this masala oats, so this is classic masala, there was a tangy tomato, and so without this, you will not have, unless you give consumers what they want, and based on insights which are local, it's not going to work. And this is one example. This is US. I don't know whether we will reach there in 5, 10, 15 years, but we will reach there. Any consumer product, ultimately, especially in food, you cannot survive for long profitably if you do not provide consumers the choice. Because ultimately, not all consumers are the same. So reflect upon this in your various operations, whichever they are. Some might be more live bird oriented, some might be more in the processing space. Are you offering this choice to consumer, or what can be your vehicle to offer these choices? Packaging also matters. Similar sort of transition has happened in atta industry. Again, I don't know, many times when in such forums I present this, I ask for a show of hands. More often than not, 70 to 80% of hands show that now they have moved away from the traditional atta chakki to a packaged atta this thing, which again 30 years back we wouldn't have thought possible. But to get there has been a lot of investment done by the people operating in this industry. One of them also being packaging. A packaging that appeals to the consumer, that gives them that information, knowledge, and an attractiveness. That's super important. Invest in promotion. Who can think that a chocolate, which is not a core Indian product, we are a land of mithais, rosagullas, a brand like Cadbury can start to own the occasion in Diwali. They own the occasion of consumption of chocolate then in Diwali by this promotion of Kuch Meetha Ho Jaye. There is the brand Maggi. Both of these brands, by the way, it's a conscious choice I made, to the point, again, earlier Tarun Sridharji had mentioned about that there are a lot of these misinformation, facts, and misgivings about chicken. Both these brands faced biggest crisis of their lives and came out of it through marketing, through communicating to the consumer in a way that connected with them. Otherwise, you can say all the facts, you can have all the facts on your side, but it would not matter if you don't know how to tell it to the consumer. So think about it. When you're being faced with this misinformation, how are you responding? Affordability, that's the other thing to think about. You know, ultimately, there will be inflation, there will be feed prices will grow, poultry prices will go up. But how do you find ways to keep your product affordable if you want mass conversion? If you want this to remain a very small section of public to consume this, then you can do what, you can stay at higher price point. But in India, unless you reach lower price points, you're not gonna get the kind of results that you want. If I could request there, I think it's a little bit disturbing, sirs. Then ultimately create demand. It's an industry, I think, together, I think Udayji here said that, that the industry has come together, which is great. But then what to do when you come together? How do you come together and make a difference when it comes to the consumer perceptions? And I'll give you an example. I think if you could play the ad, I think you all know this ad, you would have all seen it. Just play the ad, please.
Hi, I'm Varun Patel's mom.
Yes, I know.
I hope Varun can face the fast bowler.
Mrs. Patel is prepared.
I know, but fast bowler, what if he gets injured? It's quite risky.
Bowler fast हो या slow, risk तो है. Out होने का या ball लगने का, दोनों.
I know, but
How
Varun,
many people were there in this association? As in, they believe
आप mutual fund में invest करते हो?
of course, since 2005, but Varun,
Even mutual funds are subject to market risk. वहाँ भी तो नुकसान होने का risk होता है. What about that?
Sachin, mutual funds में उन्हीं को invest करना चाहिए जो risk लेने के लिए तैयार हो.
Mrs. Patel, I'm saying the same thing. Mutual fund हो या cricket, one should be ready to take the risk.
consistently year after year.
Good point.
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जो
Varun, helmet.
Thank you, sir. Hi, I'm Varun Patel's mom.
Yes, I know.
I hope Varun can face the fast bowler.
Mrs. Patel is prepared.
I know, but fast bowler, what if he gets injured? It's quite risky.
Bowler fast हो या slow, risk तो है. Out होने का या ball लगने का, दोनों.
I know, but Varun,
आप mutual fund में invest करते हो?
of course, since 2005, but Varun,
Even mutual funds are subject to market risk. वहाँ भी तो नुकसान होने का risk होता है. What about that?
Sachin, mutual funds में उन्हीं को invest करना चाहिए जो risk लेने के लिए तैयार हो.
Mrs. Patel, I'm saying the same thing. Mutual fund हो या cricket, one should be ready to take the risk.
Good point.
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
So again, and think about it. I think here also is communication में they used a point which people consider to be, let's say, a slightly negative towards the mutual fund industry. They use that to create a positive this thing. That's how you build brand or marketing for any category. And this has been the journey, I think. We all know that. Demand, Kibi, I think there was some conversation around, is the demand going up or down? It's definitely going up, that's for sure. But how do you create demand over sustainable long term is through brand or category love. This is the ground rule of marketing. And the other thing is, no matter how many times you say facts, it is ultimately, unless you pull on the emotions, you will not create brand love or category love. If you counter misinformation with only facts, it will not cut through. So if you could just play this ad about KFC, it's an ad from Global.
Little hands got little lands from home, and those folded arms forsake my broken charms. Ride these waves, the storm is way too hard. These precious things, I hold them close to my heart. When you give some love, you get some in return. So just give a
So again, here you would see that they're not harping about anything good about the product, anything good about the brand. They're just creating memories, or rather creating a communication connects you with your memories and hence build that brand love. And by the way, all this packaging, communication, etc., 5-10 years back, it was probably a very specialized, very expensive thing to do. Today, thanks to the world of artificial intelligence, AI, and not the other AI in this industry, but thanks to artificial intelligence, it's a very easy this thing to run some very low cost campaigns and communication. Creating a profitable business, and I'll just take two examples, I think, and this is from the company I worked for a very long time. The beauty, one of the things what makes Coca-Cola special is it is the same product which a head of state, no matter how much money you have, will have the same product compared to anybody with a very average income. Same product, but different kind of packaging at different price points. How do you do that? That's one of the learnings. In your own various, again, you may have various products, services, etc. How do you create that differentiation and have the ability to charge a premium for those products? This will become very important in this industry. So a can of Coke is far more expensive than a plastic bottle Coke, which has probably 2 times or 3 times the quantity in there. Same way chicken, I think, and again here some of the players have started doing this on e-commerce, online, but how do you do that sustainably in your respective areas, in your smaller spheres of operations will make a difference. And be where the consumer is. These days, at least in the metro cities, etc., most of the time consumers, a lot of time, they are spending online. Are you there, as in is your product present there? If not, then you're cutting yourself out from a very, very significant chunk of their mind space and their time. Yesterday, I spent the day in market and I think Sameer is here. I saw some very good work being done on total, that they are doing this 45-minute delivery promise and that communication through online. It will take time, but these are the things you have to be where the consumer spends their time at. I think someone talked about the reinvention of the wet market. There has been reinvention of chai tapri, so why not it can be a reinvention of wet markets as well. And it will happen. See, some of these things will happen over a period of next 10, 15, 20. You cannot define the time. You can define it with certainty, it will happen. Now, what role will you play in this? That's the important question. And then the last point I want to cover, because that's also one of the themes of this, food safety and quality. This is, think of this as a consumer food industry, not as animal agriculture. This is a consumer food industry. One question to many of you, if you are in the processing business, who does your head of quality report to? Reflect on that. In any organization, the organization, food organization I work for, the organization I work today, the head of quality reports to the MD or CEO of the business. They cannot be relegated to a second or third, that okay, you report to production, operation. It has to be given that due this thing. In Coca-Cola, in any plant, the head of quality could stop the production anytime he or she wanted to, if they felt that the product quality was not being adhered to. No questions asked. No one would penalize if you just shut the line and no matter the losses. That's the kind of approach to food safety and quality one needs to have. Second thing, very simple, and this is something we have started doing. Audit the market. You have so much manpower, you have so much people. So my time is up, that's what it says. I'll just take 2 minutes more. I hope that's okay. Yeah, so audit the market. You need to sort of, it doesn't take a lot of cost these days to just have one person who's working the market and auditing the kind of quality your consumers are consuming. The one very simple thing I'll tell you what we've started doing is, we order our own products from various, let's say, e-commerce sites to see when the product comes to us, what, as a consumer, what experience are you getting? Do that. Just order your own product to see what you get, and chances are you will find something, some improvement area there which can help you change your processes better. And these are very, very simple things to check for your products in the market. And then finally, and that's my last point here, and this is a very interesting example. If you have time, you go and check on internet about this. A company called Innocent Drinks. It's a company that Coca-Cola acquired. It was started by 4 very young UK-based college dropouts. And what they had started was, at that time when no email, no app, no internet, this thing, people only used to communicate their complaints through phone at that time. They created a concept called banana phone, but which on different days at different point in time, even the founders themselves used to answer. There used to be designated about a day in the month when the founders used to man these phones. So any complaint that came, the founder was talking directly to hear that complaint. That's the kind of consumer connect will then get you the right feedback about food safety and quality of your product. Not if your team can tell you whatever, consumer will never tell a lie. So with that, I'll come to an end, but I will show an ad which is now live just a few days back, and it is our own small effort to now do what everything that I talked about and start that journey of creating that brand.
Papa, I'm hungry.
Let's see.
No, only 2 gram protein. 0 gram protein. 16 gram protein. Yes.
प्रोटीन तो बहाना है, इन्हें गोदरेज यमीज खाना है. 16 grams प्रोटीन वाला गोदरेज यमीज.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Panekar. Before we move further, we will have a small message from our sponsors for today. Then we get on to the main presentations for today.
This is where our story begins, where health is farmed and delivered with care.
We at Shalimar started as feed manufacturers, and over the years we realized that the chicken that is being sold to the consumer as well as the eggs, that is where we require maximum control. So we started developing a backend in which we created a world-class infrastructure of breeding farms, hatcheries, labs, feed mills, and we also started engaging farmers on a regular basis. We trained them into each and every aspect of farming.
The journey of each bird begins at our breeder farm, where it is nurtured with care to brood and grow. The birds are raised in a hygienic environment and provided with the finest resources for producing hatching eggs. We carefully transport hatching eggs to our modern hatchery facilities, where our integrated approach ensures they hatch under the most favorable conditions. After 21 days of careful incubation, new life emerges, marking the beginning of another journey.
Our breeding farm, our hatcheries,
Each and every process in these areas are checked very stringently. We have set up model farms in which we train the farmers as to how to rear the chicken so that the best chicken is produced.
It takes a village to raise our chicks into healthy, robust broilers, for we understand that our purpose surpasses any shortcuts. We entrust them to the expert care of our dedicated farmers, the backbone of our commercial broiler division. As we grow, we uplift local communities and empower them through contract farming. Our best innovations, the cutting-edge infrastructure, UV-treated water and high-quality feed, combined with the mastery of the farmers, ensure that our birds grow up healthy and strong. Our layer farms are where day-old layer chicks are raised in a secure and comfortable environment. The eggs are then carefully sorted, packed and distributed to stores and distributors.
The quality of the egg and chicken is directly influenced by what the chicken consumes. Nutrition of the chicken plays a very important role in this. And we have set up state-of-the-art feed mills equipped with the best quality labs. Each and every raw material is checked very stringently. Our qualified team checks all the parameters and we ensure that the chicken that is fed is having the best quality food and nutrition. This ensures that the chicken and the eggs that is coming to the consumer is also of the best quality. The feed that we produce is all sourced from agriculture like maize and soya. We have set up our own soya plant in which we engage with soya seed farmers on a regular basis. We teach them healthy practices in how to enrich their soil and to increase their yield. Sustainability is a key word nowadays, and we at Shalimar adhere to the sustainable practices. We have installed solar power plants across our units. Presently, the installed capacity is 3 megawatts and we intend to scale it up to 8 megawatts by March 2027. We have biogas digesters in our poultry farms, wherein the methane that we collect is converted into electricity and the slurry acts as a rich organic manure and enriches the soil. We have wastewater plants in most of our units. All the water is collected in the ETPs and the water coming out of the ETP is used in gardening.
Each bird, nurtured in the best conditions, undergoes meticulous inspection and precise automated processing using state-of-the-art advanced machinery imported from Europe, skilled workforce, stringent environmental controls, strict temperature monitoring and daily sanitation practices ensure uncompromised quality at every step. We have a fully automated breaded production line that ensures superior quality and the highest standards of hygiene. Each product goes through IQF, which helps preserve their quality, texture and taste. We cater to institutions, retailers and households and deliver chicken portioned to perfection, packed with precision and stored under optimal conditions.
We have also set up a fleet of refrigerated vehicles wherein we ensure that the chicken that is coming from the plant reaches the consumer with zero contamination.
Labelled under the Total brand, our products reach you as fresh as when their journey begins. Whether through Food Mart or daily chicken stores, thanks to our seamless cold chain logistics.
Even in our retail stores, we have deep freezers, we have refrigerators, which are very strictly temperature controlled and conforms to the best hygiene and health practices.
We don't just deliver, we champion health and well-being across every region of India.
We want to continue with this vision of ours of developing a robust backend. We want to strengthen our feed mills, our hatcheries, our processing plants. We want to deploy more and more technology now with AI coming in, and we want to develop a very strong retail brand. Our existing brand is Total and we are connecting with the consumer on a regular basis. We want to build a brand which creates trust and stability in the minds of the consumer.
Our journey continues from egg to chick and from chick to chicken, from growth to strength, from life to life.
Sarvanaran Bhandari, the founder of Bhandari Group of Company, is known for quality, honesty, and best service. A true partner in your success. Bhandari Group of Company. No.
में देखा गया सपना आज बना है एक विश्वास, भंडारी ग्रुप। भंडारी ग्रुप ऑफ कंपनीज की शुरुआत साल 2002 में हैचरी के व्यवसाय से हुई। कोल्ड स्टोरेज, 2007 फीड्स, 2013 रियल एस्टेट, 2014 एग्रो फीड्स, 2018 कंज्यूमर प्रोडक्ट्स, 2020 कॉन्सेप्ट स्कूल, 2022 बैंक्वेट एंड होटल, 2023 फीड्स, 2024 होटल एंड रेस्टोरेंट। हर साल हर नया प्रयास, एक और ईंट भविष्य की इमारत में। हमारा लक्ष्य सिर्फ व्यावसायिक लाभ नहीं, हम समाज को भी संवारते हैं। भंडारी ग्रुप एक परिवार की तरह है, जहां हर सदस्य, हर कर्मचारी, हर ग्राहक इस विश्वास का हिस्सा है। हमारा नेतृत्व नई सोच और सच्चे मूल्य लेकर आगे बढ़ता है। हमने अतीत को सहेजा, वर्तमान को संवारा, अब बारी है भविष्य को रचने की। हम हैं भंडारी ग्रुप, आपका भरोसा।
As population and income levels increase, so is the demand for quality protein. Providing everyone access to safe, affordable, and quality food while protecting the health of the environment and humans is the challenge facing us all. Rooted in our deep belief that healthy animals are the cornerstone of a healthy society, Sapiens is at the forefront of providing natural and sustainable solutions that redefine protein production. Our efforts to build a safer and healthier future focus on the three pillars of food security, food safety, and food quality. By deploying proven innovations and technologies, Sapiens is helping rapidly increase protein production whilst using fewer resources. To tackle the looming threat of antimicrobial resistance and restrictions on antibiotic growth promoters, Sapiens has successfully pioneered the use of antibiotic-free performance enhancers, or AFPE, protecting the health of both livestock and humans. Recognizing the interdependence of human, animal, and environmental health, Sapiens has adopted a holistic approach to improving food quality sustainably. Sapiens has created an ecosystem where the best research and innovation are supported by world-class manufacturing to achieve the common goal of a better and healthier world. By enabling our partners to access reliable products, services, and technology on a single platform today, Sapiens is helping transition into a world where high-quality, sustainably produced protein is available and affordable to everyone. Sapiens, healthier animals, healthier living. Mycotoxins. These naturally occurring toxic compounds present a significant challenge to primary industries, with severe health impacts for both humans and animals. Typically, mycotoxins are found in harvested crops and materials such as corn, soybean meal, and can appear in finished food products. Without proper control and treatment, these toxins can harm both the animal and end consumer, humans. Algebra Bio are specialists in developing mycotoxin binder solutions manufactured in Australia using natural resources such as diatomite. Expel and Spectra are two of the well-proven products designed to meet these challenges. Important is to provide effective, safe and efficient insurance and treatment to livestock farmers. Using researched and proven components with binding mechanisms for specific key mycotoxins, Expel and Spectra are trusted ingredients in any animal husbandry risk program. Let's find out more from those currently using Algebra mycotoxin binders around the world.
Expel makes a better toxin binder compared to other, and it is easily mixable, then heat tolerance, it has heat tolerance, that means when the feed is heated, it doesn't get destroyed, and it works better when it goes into the system, thereby neutralizing most of the toxins present in the body. And we have conducted several trials, and we got good results in using Expel.
I think what's the best from the Expel is that they are organic. They come from a natural source of like fossilized algae, and it comes from Australia. So like I think we know that Australia comes best from what we call organic product.
Oke, saya dari Real Farm. Untuk toxin binder kita menggunakan diatomet dari Algebra. Ini didistribusikan langsung oleh PT TMC Indonesia. Toxin binder ini produksi babi saya di kandang Real Farm itu semakin meningkat, terus efektif dalam pemakaian pakan. Oke, thank you banget TMC udah supply diatomet untuk Real Farm.
Expel has broader spectrum activity, means it has better efficacy against four major mycotoxin, which is aflatoxin, ochratoxin, fumonisin, and T2.
Algebra Bio is committed to providing primary producers with products that are not only highly effective and safe, but at costs that won't break the bank. Diatomite from Queensland, Australia is an important component in the products. When combined with other synergistic co-ingredients, the products can manage the widest spectrum of toxicity challenges. Algebra provides primary producers full confidence in protecting their animals and engages in research to meet the ever-changing mycotoxin threats. For more information, visit www.algebra-bio.com.
Cinca HPR 50 is an innovation from the R&D platform of Glamour. Unique specialized preparation with strong anti-diarrheal and antibacterial action protects the flock against the development of digestive tract disorders and maintains the overall performance. Cinca HPR 50 is a nature's blend specially formulated with polymeric silicate, cinnamon tannins, essential oils, nano zinc, Saccharomyces boulardii and phytogenic herbs. It's a natural alternative to age-old AGPs and halquinone without compromising in performance. Nutritional studies in modern broilers confirm Sinca HBR50 improves protein and energy digestibility, leading to better FCR and increased body weight. Sinca HBR50 is highly effective against gut pathogens like E. coli and Salmonella. Both in vitro and in vivo studies reveal much higher antibacterial efficacy compared to BMD and halquinone. Sinca HBR50 helps prevent digestive disorders and loose droppings while supporting overall gut health management. Recognized for innovation and excellence, awarded by reputed organizations. Sinca HBR50 for healthy gut and healthy bird. Make Sinca HBR50 part of your protocol.
As we move into our presentations for today, I have the privilege of welcoming Mr. Selvan Kannan, founder Value Consultants, to take the sessions forward as a moderator. With more than 4.5 decades in the poultry industry, Mr. Kannan has various intensive exposure in premixes, feed additive, launch of bovine pure lines, hybrid broilers, GPs, etc. He has been the founder director of Trow Nutrition, Nutreco, in June 2003 and Noveltech Feeds in 2019. Extensive exposure for bringing innovative products and companies in India is his passion. He has extensively traveled internationally and domestically, contributing to business growth. In the last 3 years, he heads Value Consultants for advisory services, where he provides strategic consulting, investment opportunities, market entry strategies, and tailored specific needs. Technology transfers, facilitating acquisition and integration of technology, ensuring knowledge transfer and implementation. Global sourcing, key advantage of direct global sourcing for medium players too. Capacity building as in trainings, and he volunteers services of the PUM, Netherlands Government Free Knowledge Empowerment. Mr. Kannan.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. So, welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy about the timing, Mr. Sanjay. I think we've been on dot. That is really great. So, to respect that, and I continue forward, and I would like to talk about Dr. S.B. Barbude, Director ICAR, National Meat Research Institute, a distinguished veterinary public health expert. Dr. Barbude's research spans foodborne infections, zoonosis, One Health and molecular epidemiology, a fellow of multiple prestigious academies. He has over 140 international publications, 7 books, and 6 patents granted and filed. He led the discovery of Listeria guiensis and developed diagnostic tools for zoonotic pathogens. Dr. Barbude has served as chairman of key national food safety panels and contributed to global FAO and WHO expert groups. with an H index of 42 and over 6,500 citations. He is widely respected leader in food safety and public health research. So we're talking of, safe, assured protein as the key to, our success, and also for exports. Without safe food, it's not possible. If we have lower production, if we have lesser marketing, if we have lower processing, it all leads to, it's not a big issue because then it's a pro rata drop in our results. But then you cannot imagine a produce which is not safer. So once you compromise on safety, I think the whole thing collapses. So let me invite Dr. S.B. Barbude to please share his invaluable ideas in this.
Good noon, everybody. Thanks, Dr. Kannan, for introducing me. Also, I thank Poultry Review for inviting me to share our views on the research we are undertaking at my institute. My presentation, please. Yes, I represent the National Meat Research Institute, which was earlier called as NRC on Meat. And we have the state-of-art facilities for under the NABL FHSI integrated system, and also giving lot of policy reviews for this government of India. And next, please. Let me talk little about future of the, since we represent this Meat Research Institute, let me talk little about this global meat demand in future. And many colleagues have mentioned whether the demand will go down or up, but what are the projections? Global level projections are there. If you see, none of this sector, maybe you can go beef or mutton, pork or poultry or eggs. Every sector actually, by 2050, if you see the demand, every sector shows more than 40% of the, or more than 100% of some sectors where the demand will increase. Maybe for food or maybe protein source, whatever we call it. If you see the Indian meat industry as on today, this is the data from the basic animal husbandry statistics which are released this year. The meat industry, particularly we have more than 10 tons of million metric tons of this meat production, and the growth, if you see last 10 years, almost 5 to 6% growth. And now almost 50% of the meat comes from the poultry sector itself. And if you see the top 5 states, West Bengal now it is the number 1 in India now, and these 5 states, West Bengal, UP, Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, they produce more than the 50% of the meat production in India. And this goes on changes, but definitely there is a positive trend. If you see now again economic aspects, we have almost more than 30% of the GVA to the agriculture. We are contributing from the livestock sector. And if you see the meat sector again, more than 4 lakh, almost now 5 lakh crores of this, that GVA comes from this meat and poultry and egg sector. And it's if you see again poultry sector, it is a critical component in India's livestock economy. Now see everywhere in the backyard poultry, other things, in the last census, more than 46% growth. And also contributing to significant to nutrition, employment, income generation, all these things are there. So poultry sector, particularly upper stage, has much bigger role has to play as far as the Indian economy is concerned. Again, coming to these social aspects, so I just mentioned about source of livelihood, promotion, inclusive growth, and ensuring circular economy or women empowerment or child nutrition. This sector is very, very important as just a social aspects. Of course, there are some issues already my colleagues have earlier speaker have mentioned about AMR and other things. I will come little later also about these sectors. Now coming to this sustainability in this sector particularly, if you see poultry sector or the meat sector, so this global milk or meat or poultry industries has to become net zero emitters by 2050. As our government has already mentioned that India has to become a net zero emitter by 2070. So despite this actually low per capita emissions, you can say, India is the third largest emitter. What is, if you see in this globally and in the literature also and many of the forums, there are, and 70% emissions, the power, steel and automotive, aviation, cement, and of course the agriculture. So now we have potential and we have to work towards this in future to come as far as this sustainability of the food system is concerned. If you see any systems which is sustainable, it has to be socially sustainable, it has to be environmentally sustainable, also it has to be economically sustainable. So if you consider all these things, then we call it sustainable. So what about the poultry sustainability? Now I have taken recently one published paper by some colleagues, and they have mentioned if you want to be poultry sector sustainable, these are the areas where we have to work in tandem, like employment and supply chain well-being or community support or antimicrobial such as stewardship or food safety aspects, food defense, productivity and efficiency, animal well-being, that is much called, then animal welfare, animal health, biosecurity, land use, water usage, waste management, energy and greenhouse gases, and of course air quality. So this constitutes particularly all these things actually where the sustainable poultry production is revolves around, we can say, and there are ways actually to do it, and what quality aspects and policy aspects and from industry sides or from government sides has to come. Now if you see the environmental aspects, intensive poultry farming leads to waste generation, greenhouse emissions and resource depletion, and these major concerns include if you manage, many of the colleagues now they have shown the advertisement also they are doing, the industry is doing much way in that way. But improper manure management, antibiotic residues and air water pollution, these are the issues actually we have to address in time to come. Now water actually, if you see the sustainability towards maintaining the use of water, particularly in industry, 97% of the total water footprint in livestock sector goes to feed production, you can say, rather than mentioned, and you just 40% cropland. But if you see in Indian conditions, hardly we use only 4.7% of the total cultivable land for going the livestock feeds. Because our livestock industry, we always call it is from the from residues. It is the byproduct of the agriculture, we say actually, not per se actually we go, hardly we grow any fodders much actually, but we maintain our livestock based on the actually your crop residues only. Then extensive grazing grasslands like for cattle, now it is much less, so we need much smaller water footprint in that case. And integrated poultry production, a use of ground and surface water we use actually. So if you say overall water requirement in the poultry industry or livestock industry, it is actually much less. Secondly, energy. 80 to 95% energy reduction from baseline, you can say it is what the Sustainable Development Goal says. Then globally food sector, it consumes more than 200 EJ per year, and 45% correspond to the processing and distribution activity, less of that production. So here this energy also is now a lot of renewable energy sources, they are being used in the industry also, so that is a welcome sign. So this is one area we have to think of. Then if you consider Indian conditions, energy efficiency plus the food safety and sanitation and one health if you may, and then hot meat markets actually, that's makes particularly the also energy levels much less that in our country. Then if you overall this sustainable production, if you see actually, there are 7 and 8 points actually where we have to work much. First, most important comes the animal welfare. Everywhere we call it actually this, particularly many of the organizations, they talk about animal welfare, housing, nutrition, health, you have to take care. Then resource utilization, like particularly optimizing the feed, water, energy, as I mentioned. Waste management, then proper disposal or utilization. Biodiversity conservation, this is one of the issue. Genetic diversity, organic production to minimize the use of synthetic inputs. Social responsibility also, climate change mitigations. So they are working with us also. Insect-based proteins or single cell-based proteins or algal, seaweeds, byproducts and seaweeds also. So a lot of changes there already. How this conventional demand of the products actually is coming less and less, how it can be increased. Then waste management. This is one of the best major issue in the particular as the not only poultry industry but meat industry is concerned, where they talk about actually disposal, safe disposal, or also the circular economy, how this can be used. So lot of high value product like collagen, gelatin, feathers, or keratin, myofibril proteins, even pet foods, they are being made actually out of this, even biodiesel production. Some of the states, actually, particularly Tamil Nadu, they have units also, how this, then composting, of course, it is very common. So these are all actually, waste management is very common. So these are all actually waste management, scientific handling and utilization for maybe biogas plant and composting. So already it is lot of work is going on this aspect also. So everybody talks about now circular economy. So this waste management particularly, right from micro and macronutrients or larval growth, all these things are already going on. Many of industries also, they have already employed this type of technologies also. Then efficient water and conservation practices, water recycling, reusing, and then encouraging this energy efficient labeling and energy efficient housing, all these things already there for sustainable development. Then biosecurity and disease control. This is one of the issue actually. This is coming for as sustainability is concerned. This is actually part of any type of management of the any hatchery or any farm. So I need not mention much about detail about. So this is already things are in practice where the industry. Then integrated farming systems. This is one of the system also. IPR is also working lot of different type of integrated farming system where linking poultry with agriculture, aquaculture and livestock for waste, and also the diversified income, and also other aspects where the climate smart agriculture or whatever we call it. Then livestock crop integrated models. This is my institute has brought out one of the policy paper, how the greening of the livestock sector or greening of the meat industry. We have published this, is available on NAS website. So how this waste management or in pig farming or poultry farming or backyard poultry farming or residue environmental footprint and reduce the environmental footprint, how measures can be taken. We have given lot of suggestions, policy suggestions for this purpose. Then different disruptive technologies also we can have. Adoption of hybrid processing or co-generation of the heat and power, green and clean hydrogen, then light, particular energy saving devices, then novel artificial intelligence tools and precision poultry farming. So these are some of the actually disruptive technologies which can be taken for the sustainable management. Then earlier speakers also mentioned about the traditional food markets. This is one of area actually where we have to work much hard, particularly waste management and the hygienic poultry production, that processing has to be, we have to work on this aspect. So in this direction, these are all things, pictures are from my institute where we have already started, particularly portable type of slaughterhouses for poultry or different animal species also. Even poultry processing plants, which is some of the industries in Hyderabad, they have developed container model, they call it actually, maybe 200 birds per hour, 300 birds. And through our institute, we have written to many state governments to adopt this, particularly poultry processing in the traditional markets, where they can, the people can come, then slaughter their hygienically, and they can kill it and sell there, so that the roadside slaughtering can go away. Besides that, we also have the rendering and come and pet food processing plants actually, where we go, lot of startups, they have already come, and we have commercialized this technology. Some of the startups, they are working with us, and we are working with them. And particularly now, very recently, government of Goa and also government of Gujarat, this poultry processing unit, they want to have some demonstration unit, then traditional food markets, particularly where the people can come and slaughter. So these techniques, they are much important in the particularly hygienic slaughter interventions in the poultry sector. Then ethnic meat products, of course, lot of products are there. So my institute also, we are promoting through different research projects and also some programs, particularly different ethnic products like Hyderabad biryani or halim, other type of products also we are working on there. Then the transfer from Indian food markets. You see, these are the pictures from, again, from Telangana. Now, one of our entrepreneur, he has now his shop, if you see, he has put like a reception of the 5-star hotels. If you see no smell or nothing will come, you can go and purchase and he will give the nicely packed chicken. And right side the market, it is one of the Siddipet district places there. You see they have separated the vegetable markets and the non-vegetarian market separately. See their hygiene, everything they maintain. But only drawback is their slaughter there only, many of the poultry particularly. So if they go away like this, so this is the need of, and there this market also they got ISO 9001 2000 pin certification also. So such has to be replicated in different part of the country also. Then now issues the changing face of the retail meat. Some of the leading brands I have mentioned. I am sorry I have not mentioned all these things which are presented here also, but even I happened to visit Haringhatta in outskirts of Kolkata itself, but they are being nice actually, and many of these brands already you are aware actually they are doing an hygiene and how they changing the retail meat sector in India particularly. Now novel processing technologies for processing particularly, you can have different type of novel biosensors now, freshness indicators, mobile integrated tools, then energy efficient processing technologies, bio-based packaging, then valorization of technologies for circular processing, process optimization. All these things are coming, and many of our institutes also they are working how to develop this towards this value addition. Another great initiative is particularly I am also chairing the scientific panel on this FAD 18 of Bureau of Indian Standards, that is slaughterhouse and meat industry, and we have taken some of the new areas, particularly development of protein biomarkers for this authentication of cold slaughtered fresh chick in meat. Particularly we have heard many of the newspapers where dead birds they are being coming in food chain. So how to overcome that? We are developing one standard on this. We have developed technology also how to differentiate between the cold slaughtered and dead birds and the freshly slaughtered birds. Even this requirement for portable slaughterhouses, small scale slaughterhouses for poultry and other species. Even shelf life assessment of the cell eggs, how it can be done, we are developing standards. We also developing assays, particularly smartphone based where method for in situ meat authentication, which is meat speciation. And also we have initiated one guidelines for life cycle assessment in the poultry industry particularly, the meat industry also. So these are some of the initiatives my panel we have taken. I am also chairing the biohazard panel of the FSSI. There are also many of the standards, particularly microbiology standards for meat products and other type of things. They come for a discussion. And always we invite these suggestions from the industry, what they need actually, so that they are already working, and already I discussed some of these points also. Besides, we need the economic sustainability, where the support to small and medium poultry farmers, lot of poultry federations, they are already working this, promoting FPOs and farmer producer organizations, where they can have collective input procurement and market process and also processing. That will help actually have the hygienic meat processing, other things also. Then infrastructure and processing like developing rural poultry clusters with hatchery, feed, health, cold chain. Already Government of India, some of these programs, they are already working on these aspects also. Supporting mini and modular processing units, as I mentioned, for the traditional food markets, funding supports, already it is there from Government of India. Then clustered based developments, this is also is required. Then social like capacity building programs, women and health empowerment, biosecurity and disease surveillance, all these programs already are in place. So the way forward I should mention actually, we have to promote the waste to wealth models, such as rendering and slaughterhouse waste, particularly pet food technologies, as far as in processing things are mentioned. Initiative-wise, we have to green labeled animal products and explore premium pricing. So these are then various departments, government departments like DSD or Ministry of Food Processing or APIDA or FSSI, they have to industry stakeholders and e-commerce platforms in transparent sector, they have to work in tandem. Then investments already from government have been there, livestock infra funds and other things are there. Private companies that create positive impacts on society. Of course, many of these, they are working on this aspect. Then inclusive, comprehensive framework for transition of India's livestock and poultry sector towards sustainability by integrating policy, technology, education, grassroots engagements is necessary also. And emphasis must be placed on the low emission production. Now, time to come, it is time that low emission production, resource efficiency, circular bioeconomy, and to balance the nutritional needs of the environmental sustainability. So let us brand this poultry as this chicken, not only poultry, but poultry, you can say shop for the poultry protein or chicken protein like this. You have to brand like this. So that is a need of the hour for actually particularly for the purpose of the society also. So that ends, I wanted to discuss. Thank you very much for giving the patience hearing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbade. And I thought we could have clapped a little longer or louder. Just to summarize, he informed us that 50% of meat is from poultry sector. So again, poultry is very, very important. And India is a 1, 2, 3, 4 country, which means we talk of milk, aqua, eggs and chicken. We are leading globally. But if you come to the quality of meat or eggs, then there's a lot of scope. So percentage-wise, globally, we are in a dismal level when it comes to the efforts that really need to follow what Dr. Barbade has advised. And it is interesting to know that India is working towards zero emission in the coming future. That's a really great achievement. And also a nice sustainability policy, very much required. And it was also interesting to note that good data was shared by doctor, because we always have a deficiency of data in our industry. And also it is that we are going to implement standards in the meat production. And so also a good way forward that is suggested. So thank you very much for all the information, Dr. Barbade. It's appreciated. So our next important speaker is Mr. Prashant Kumar, co-founder and director of Sapiens Group. With over 15 years of experience in brand development within the agribusiness industry across Asia, Mr. Kumar has established himself as a leader in corporate strategy and digital innovation. An alumnus of Birmingham Business School, his professional journey spans diverse industries, including aviation, information technology, and agribusiness. Prior to co-founding Sapiens, Mr. Kumar served as a signals engineer at Lockheed Martin, where he played a pivotal role in building reliable man-machine interfaces for military applications. His engineering background continues to inform his approach in problem solving and innovation today. Mr. Kumar also co-founder FREO, a leading global brand consultancy where he has pioneered digital transformation for clients across multiple industries in Asia. He has helped business understand what digital transformation is, why it is crucial in today's rapidly evolving landscape, and how to strategically implement digital change for long-term success. His work has empowered companies to adopt digital tools and processes that drive efficiency, adaptability, and growth in competitive markets. Because your research activities and your previous work relates to Martin and things like that, so I would like to mention the India-Pak war, which was only for 4 days. But then we had the S-400 from Russia, we had some guns and radars from Israel, but the Indian intelligence, the Indian artificial intelligence even shocked the creators of those equipments, because our accuracy was near 100%. So Prashant, I hope you do the same kind of contribution for poultry as well. Please come and share your knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Kannan, for that wonderful introduction, and a very good afternoon to everybody. It's really a pleasure to be amongst such an august gathering today, amongst stalwarts like Mr. Sridhar, Dr. Shukla, and all of the other colleagues that we have in the room. So it's really an honor. When I saw the topic of today, and the theme behind the seminar today, I was congratulating Sanjoy and his initiative. I think it was such a relevant theme which is very forward-thinking and really aimed at pushing our industry forward. And the perspective that I wish to bring to the table is one that looks through the lens of technology. So what is the role that technology, machine learning, artificial intelligence, all these fancy terms can really do on the ground practically, and implement and add value to the poultry industry to take it forward. So in terms of what I'd like to speak about today, I want to keep it short and simple and divide it into 4 parts. Firstly, I'd like to start by clarifying some of the terminology, because there's so many complex words that are being thrown around loosely. So I'll try to sort of build what those terms mean. Then talk about some of the challenges in poultry, specifically on the processing side, talking about efficiency, food safety, and food quality that can be addressed through artificial intelligence. Talk through some of the broader generalized solutions from the farm to the processing plant that can be implemented through AI, and briefly share some of the work that I have been doing over the last 7-8 years in bringing digital into our industry, and hopefully I'm able to add value to the conversation that we've been having today. So in terms of the terminology, I think there are 2 aspects to this that we all sort of need to become familiar with as an industry. One is, of course, the concept of digital transformation, or the adaptation of digital tools within poultry, because without the former, without this, there is no talk of intelligence, leave alone artificial intelligence or anything beyond that. I think the basic requirement here is to first understand, adopt, and embrace digital, which then opens up the pathway towards intelligence and other things. So I'd like to start by really talking about what is digital transformation and clarify some of the foundational bits behind digital transformation. So when we talk about digital transformation, it is something that didn't happen overnight. It's something that happened very specifically in this age and time, because 3 different factors which never sort of aligned together ever before has now aligned and come together, creating a climate for disruption. So what are those 3 factors? The first is the availability of data. Now in our industry, when you're dealing with biology, when you're dealing with raw materials and food, how do you generate that data? The data that we are able to generate now is predominantly led through sensors. Now sensors and the cost of sensors have come down dramatically over the last decade or so. And it is today become possible and economically feasible to generate voluminous amounts of data. So that's the first factor, which is the availability of data. The second is computational power. Now, sitting behind a laptop or sitting behind even a mobile phone, today we have access to almost infinite computational power through services like Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud, and Microsoft Azure. These companies have invested hundreds of billions of dollars in creating server farm architecture, which allows consumers and businesses like us access to tremendous amounts of computational power. So now you have data, and you have the second factor, which is the availability of a lot of computational power. The third factor, however, is something that's been in existence for decades. It's the algorithms, the statistics, the mathematics. So the math has been, dare I say, almost 100, 150 years ahead of us. It's just that we were never able to use those algorithms. But today, these 3 factors sort of have combined, and it is at the intersection of these 3 factors, of data becoming available, the algorithms that can crunch that data, and the computational power needed in order to make sense of it, where transformation lies, or the transformative power of data can be unlocked. So if you look at a typical broiler farm, what I'm estimating is that in the next 5 years, we would be able to generate anywhere between 50 to 80 data points per second from each farm. Imagine a future which is a few years from today, because of the cost of sensors coming down so dramatically, that we would be able to generate so much of information, the likes of which we've never been able to see before. It is the availability of that information which will then unlock not just transformation, but also allow us to implement artificial intelligence within our production system. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, there are different states of AI. The first is the current state that we're all chasing, which is artificial intelligence. And the way to think about that is like a glorified secretary that is super efficient at doing everything that you want it to do. It's going to be with you in your journey, empowering you to do your job better. So that's the way I think of artificial intelligence. It's machines that have been trained on a set of data and can perform repeated tasks really well. That's technology that's available today and can be implemented at farm immediately. Moving a few years into the future, what the whole world is chasing, what governments are chasing, is to transition away from artificial intelligence to something we call artificial general intelligence, or AGI. That's a scarier future, where machines and computers not just understand one domain or one industry, but can think through and across domains to add value. Imagine a future where you have a machine that can understand the ins and outs of poultry production, from nutrition to health, but it can also understand marketing, it can also understand policy, and it can combine its expertise across all of this to deliver insights. Now that's something scary because it's never been done before and not even thought of before. And eventually you get to a point, maybe you will get there, maybe we won't get there, to something called artificial superintelligence, where it really surpasses human cognition, and you have machines that can learn and think and be independent. So for now, I think what's available today and what we can utilize right now is really artificial intelligence, and using that to empower our operations to do better. So pondering over some of the current challenges that we as producers and as an industry face that can be addressed through AI. The first is, of course, in terms of pre-harvest variations. What we're seeing, and we have been doing a tremendous amount of work over the last 7-8 years, developing weighing scales for poultry using computer image generation. And one of the things that we've done through our work, and one of the findings that we've seen, is that flocks often show a really high weight variability, anywhere between 10 to 15%. And that's a major challenge upstream when we try to add value to those products, when we try to process them. That's an area that can be addressed by AI today. That's a challenge. The second challenge is uniformity. While we're all chasing FCR and we're chasing production performance, a big aspect of this which has not been addressed enough or spoken about enough is flock uniformity. Because uneven flocks lead to more culls, and that leads to more carcass rejection. That's an area that AI can add tremendous amounts of value. The third is thematic to the topic today, which is food safety. So gaps in biosecurity can cause contamination upstream, and that contamination can cause more rejections and losses as we try to value add. That's again an area of concern. That is very closely linked to the next point, which is traceability and trackability. This is an area that is at this point in time nearly absent. How many of us really have end-to-end traceability systems in place, right from raw material all the way to finished product? This is really a huge challenge as we try to move towards processed, export-oriented products. And this is again something that I think artificial intelligence can play a critical role. So now that we've looked at some of the broad challenges, I'd like to ponder over generally some of the solutions that AI have to offer, first at the farm and then at the abattoir. So at the farm, one of the technologies that is really matured is digital image systems using cameras, which can continuously monitor birds at scale without ever having to enter a poultry farm or ever having to pick up or handle a bird. So this is fantastic technology where camera systems installed in a poultry house are able to monitor and measure minute by minute progress and growth. And imagine the possibilities there. One is, of course, you know this information in real time, and that can then be linked downstream and upstream. Downstream to a future where nutrition is not going to be, changed once a week or once in 2 weeks or once a cycle. It's going to be a possibility of changing nutrition every day, every 2 days, and so on and so forth. And this is the sort of insights that can unlock that. Next comes predictive weight analytics, machine learning models that can forecast not just the weight today, but the body weight projections 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 10 days ahead of time. AI can detect anomalies in growth, and if there are any deviations that can be further linked to health, nutrition, environmental aspects, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, adaptive management in the farm, where people are not being able to respond not just in case, but just in time. So those are some of the areas in which we believe that artificial intelligence can add value at the farm. But looking further up, because the thematic of today is processing, what are some of the solutions at the abattoir? The first is, of course, again, vision-based grading. So imagine camera systems installed in the processing line using optical systems that can automatically size and sort carcasses at speed and at scale. Imagine AI inspection systems that can detect bruises, cuts, contaminations, fecal matter on the bird itself and in line at the processing plant. Then, of course, you have robotics, which improve, cutting, deboning, and so on and so forth. But that can only be enhanced when birds are uniform. So these are again areas at the processing plant where artificial intelligence can really play a critical role. And finally, when it comes to data-driven traceability. So at this point in time, flock data, which needs to travel into the processing center and then can be integrated down upstream into packaged processed meat to form an entire traceability chain, becomes an important part of rolling out AI solutions at the abattoir. So now that we've pondered over some of the general AI applications, I'd like to walk you through some specific technologies that I've had an opportunity really to be a part of developing and creating over the last few years. The first has to do with computer vision technology, and the second has to do with traceability and health. What we developed here, as you can see on screen, is a camera system. And it's a camera system which has 2 lenses. The reason why we have 2 lenses is because we're trying to mimic the human eye. We have 2 eyes because one eye is able to see in length and breadth, and when you add the second, you're able to see in 3 dimensions. You add depth. So what we're able to do with this camera system, which is mounted on top of a typical broiler farm, is we're able to create a 3D model of birds in length, breadth, and depth, up to 20,000 birds at a time. And by understanding the dimensions of each bird, we would easily be at a very high level of accuracy, be able to predict the body weight of the bird. These are some of the pictures of actual rollouts that we've done in India and across the world. And and this is actually a picture that you see right from, taken from our camera system. And what the camera system sees behind the scenes is this. We're able to see each bird, the body weight of the bird, the body temperature of the bird, and therefore the expected body weight. But we're also able to see beyond that. We're able to see and look into things like uniformity, which we just saw is very critical for upstream processing. So this is one of the technologies which implements machine learning and computer vision technology, which can be deployed at farms today, and it can be deployed at scale in order to value add. Let's look at the dashboard of exactly what our customers can see. So they can see day by day, minute by minute growth patterns, and also importantly, this, which is uniformity patterns. So how uniform is the flock? Are there pockets of underweight or overweight birds? And how do we sort of reduce that through decisions on management, nutrition, and so on and so forth? So essentially, to summarize the first technology, it's real-time growth curves, distribution of uniformity, and importantly, addressing and solving certain challenges that are very important. For instance, if you're a processor or an integrated operation sending birds for processing, one of the problems that we have is, when do I send my truck and to which farm in order to pick up birds which are of a certain size or of a certain dimension? What we're able to do with this technology is predict the weight of a bird 7 days ahead of time. That helps solve this critical challenge of which truck to send on which day to which farm to pick up birds which are going to be uniform enough at the processing center to avoid losses. I'll move on to the next one, which is in terms of poultry health intelligence. And this is an area that I've personally done a tremendous amount of work in building. To really quickly walk you through this, if you look at disease diagnostics today, whether it is observation or whether you open up a bird and do a necropsy, what happens is the symptoms that you see, whether it's ruffled feathers, lack of drinking water, or inside the bird you see some disease present. Essentially what you're looking at is a problem that started several days, several weeks before. So what you're looking at is a lagging indicator, not a leading indicator. What you're seeing today is a historical indicator of something that happened 2 weeks ago. So you're looking at historical data. It's the same with serological analysis, which are the current gold standard. What we're trying to do is solve for this problem, which is our diagnostics today focuses on detecting disease, not on preventing it. Rather, what we need are proactive, non-invasive, statistically representative tools that can prevent a disease and predict an outcome even before it happens. And that is possible through artificial intelligence. Of course, through data, in this case, surprisingly enough, by examining the least examined subject of our entire operation. Surprisingly, that's the air. So we've done some work in collecting air samples from actual poultry farms, analyzing those air samples, and the analysis from those air samples are then uploaded to the cloud, where we run algorithms. They're all hosted on Amazon Web Services, and the machine learning algorithms there are able to study and understand the real-time health parameters on a preventative model to get to a point where we would be able to predict an outbreak of a viral or a bacterial challenge up to 2 weeks before the actual outbreak happens. And if we're able to get to that point, not only are we monitoring, tracing disease patterns and understanding health in a real-time manner, but we would also be able to prevent economic losses. So this is a video of what happens in the farm. We use a filter. We run that device which traps air particles in the farm, and then analyze that filter to generate data out of thin air, all quantitative. And that data is then uploaded onto our proprietary cloud-based platform. And then of course these insights are shared real time with customers from around the world. In terms of what can be detected, we're able to detect a really wide panel of both viral diseases which are relevant to poultry, as well as things like mycoplasma and certain bacterial diseases like E. coli and Salmonella, which have, of course, very strong food safety implications as well. So, in summary, I think AI, especially the AI that's available today, and for the foreseeable future, will really help us by becoming a super assistant to aid in making better informed decisions. Over the next couple of years, I think the role of artificial intelligence is going to become increasingly important in our industry and will pervade every aspect of poultry from farming to processing. And I sincerely hope that through these initiatives, we can make India not just more efficient, but also build more safety, efficiency, and sort of prepare us for export readiness. And I think these are the immediate areas of value that I think we as an industry will be able to extract from artificial intelligence and use artificial intelligence to push our industry forward as we move from greater heights to greater things. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Prashant, it is mind-boggling what you have really shared the information. Once it's implemented in industry, I think sky is the limit. See, because if you talk of water consumption in a farm, and if there is a variation in the water consumption from one day to another day, you have a 24 to 48 hours advance intimation of problems that can occur in the farm. Yeah, whether it can lead to diarrhea or the salt content is high or any toxicity is there, such a small thing. But you're talking of 2 weeks in advance. So it can disrupt the whole industry, but it will go in our favor. So it's amazing, except one thing was this thing about you talked about, glorified secretary always, but some may not like that replacement, yeah? So, yeah, and then you talked of 50 to 80 data points per second in a farm, that's amazing. So I think all the points that you mentioned about the camera with the 3D thing, simultaneously reading the data. So this is amazing. I don't even know if these are implemented at human level, for the health and things like that in a hospital. I know from a remote camera they measure the temperature, and I have an app in my phone. If I stare at it, my heartbeat and pulse comes immediately. So I think it is amazing. Thank you so much for all the information. Yeah, I would like to talk more on it, but constraint of time. The next most interesting topic of the afternoon is Mr. Rakesh Gehlot, Director Strategic Sourcing, Licious. Licious has been amazing, the dark horse, because we have been in poultry for decades, and we always do not miss an opportunity to talk about marketing for the last 45, 50 years. Even this morning we were talking about it. But then Licious from outside the industry comes and gives us a good trendsetter for how really we can get into the business in the marketing. So Mr. Rakesh has 14 plus years of experience across planning, sourcing, strategy, and operations. He has worked in energy, poultry, meat, and agriculture sectors. In his current role at Licious, India's first D2C unicorn operating in 22 plus cities across India, he leads strategic sourcing for poultry and meat category. Need no mention about Licious, the success story, and of course, from your ideas about the sourcing, that will really be a good guidance for us. What kind of chicken really we need to make available to the market, and that not only makes it availability to the consumer per se, but it will open the templates for us for even international. Mr. Please.
Thanks, Sanjay, for inviting me for this event, and thanks all my industry friends, some are colleagues also, some are partners. I'll start this with the topic for today for me is building cold chain infra from plant to plate. Okay, if you see, this topic is linked to sustainable development goal of responsible consumption and production, when UN has taken a target of reducing wastage by 50% by 2050. Okay, so this plays a critical role, cold chain especially, in all perishable categories. So I'll just start with that. Okay, most of these numbers are, everybody knows how the industry is growing, both egg and meat, poultry meat, and what would be the trend going forward. Say, next 10 years, the industry still will grow at a 8% CAGR, and the processing is going to grow at a 20% CAGR. Okay. And the impetus of this, fast growth, basically I would say COVID, okay, when people started, seeing, they wanted a food which is hygienic, they wanted a quality assurance and all. So COVID gave an impetus to the industry because the processing is there from 1994 onwards. There are plants in Hyderabad, which was, established in 94. They were the first one to export to US Navy. Okay, but the real consumption, trend, it started increasing from 2020 onwards, where everybody, people started ordering fresh food at home because that was a constraint. Okay, and then they started demanding quality also. Okay, so this is a per capita consumption. If you see eggs, currently it's at 102 eggs. Poultry meat is at 5 kg per capita. 165 eggs per capita is projected in next 10 years, and poultry meat is going to double. It's around 11 kg per capita. So if you see India as a market, because we are currently the consumption level are very small. Okay. If you see 900 million consumer, okay, $30 billion of the market, Indian market, which is currently is there, and it's growing at 8% CAGR. Other speaker has mentioned that worldwide poultry industry is growing at around 3%, but India is growing at 8%, and there's a huge market. Okay, the only thing is now whether it will be a wet market or it's a processed chicken and all. This is whatever consumer need we have to provide, right? That's how, if you see now the 20% growth rate which is coming, every player in the industry is doubling every 3-4 years, and there are many more people coming into the industry. So this is also linked to our growth, GDP growth and all. So per capita consumption or protein consumption, it increases drastically once your GDP of the country grows. So we see that, say for example, China, the per capita consumption is around 60-65 kg. US is 100 kgs plus. India is currently at 5 kg, and India has already crossed the threshold of the per capita GDP, and we will see next 5 to 10 years the consumption of protein is going to increase manifold. Okay, these are the data from government sources, wherein food wastage across agri value chain. If you see cereals and all, it's ranging from 3 to 6%. Meat is around 3%, 3 to 6%. So cold chain can play a vital role in decreasing the food wastage from farm to consumer level. And if you see, currently 90% of the industry is wet market. Okay, so there are challenges challenges with the, wet market in terms of both quality. So if you see, there are major 2-3 challenges which is, I'll just try to elaborate on those parts. One is food safety related challenges. So Indian market versus the European or US market, if you see, it's different completely. So here even wet market, though quality of birds is good, the way it's being butchered or the hygiene level is very poor. Okay. So that and secondly, the community development. If you see the next generation, the butchers and all, okay, they don't want to continue in this business. Okay. So because they don't have, there's a lack of dignity for that profession. Okay. So going forward, the processing industry is going to grow because of people are not interested to do that manual butchery and all. And there's a very less training in this, and there's a lag on social and economic progress for the wet market, currently. So if you see for a consumer, there's no choice. Either they have to buy from the wet market, because you will not find, processed chicken from those plants and all everywhere. It will be in the selected pockets of, even in metros, you'll not find everywhere. It will be there at selected pockets. Or either, and Indian consumer, they want fresh, okay, because that's why even US, they want to, send metal to India. It's a fresh market, okay. So it's very difficult for other countries to, get the Indian market share of the poultry, because consumers are, evolved around freshness and all, okay. So frozen is available, but consumer has no option either to buy from wet market or frozen sometimes. Third challenge is there's a negligible, innovation in the industry, especially retail side. So if you see, there's no traceability, there's no transparency, no cold chain, no standardization. So all these will be solved once we, implement the cold chain, and once the processing industry grows. Because the challenges, even many speakers has mentioned, last 4 months was bad for the industry. Because wet market, the rates are very low. And since we have only 10% processing capacity, even if the plants want to operate, they can't operate beyond, say, 12 to 15 hours. Okay. And with the processing and cold chain, the shelf life of the product. So for fresh products, it is 3 to 4 days. For frozen, it's 12 months. Okay. And the industry will not be like this. If last 4 months, next 4 months, it will again grow. Okay. So most of the processor who is there into chicken processing and all, they have both fresh and frozen line. Okay. So wherever there's a low market price, low demand, they freeze the material, and during peak demand, that's being sold at a good rate. So that will help the industry to grow. Okay. So at Licious, how we have solved this supply chain? So last month we celebrated 10 years of Licious. So there are many things, especially if you see cold chain. The cold chain at Licious starts from the primary processing centers, our partners, where the slaughtering happens, and it ends at the consumer's door. Okay. So from the start till end, we maintain the complete cold chain, fresh, 0 to 4 degree. And when we started, there was no role model where anybody has done this, even worldwide. Okay, if you see US, Europe and all, mostly frozen supply chain. Fresh supply chain, very few people even thought of, okay, because it's quite complicated. 3-day shelf life. Frozen of 12 months. There's no, no need to plan, because if today is not sold, so you have another, 12 months to sell. Fresh, 3 days. So what we have done at Licious is, one is we have maintained cold chain and the infrastructure, which is, it's a world class. If you see from our processing centers, where we have highest standard of quality and automation, and then there are 120 distribution centers, which we call it hubs. It's all at major consumption centers. We have hubs in every locality where we operate. And then last mile, even the delivery guys, when delivery happens, the delivery box, it's cold chain maintained. When we use, say, cold chain to maintain that temperature of 0 to 4, there's isolated boxes, and there's a cold chain within that box also we maintain till the consumer's doorstep. So if you see, this is fresh supply chain is just in time, okay, and with the data which we get from consumer on day-to-day basis, okay, which cuts, say Saturdays, every day we get the data, which day what consumer will need. This is all deep tech. So AI and all is part now evolving. So for this model to success, we need data, and we have currently 4 million customers who are ordering on our platform. And with data and all, we are able to predict the demand pattern. Okay, so last 4 months, if the wet market there's a lesser demand, rates are there. In our platform, it's growing every month. Okay, because the consumer are used to the fresh product, the quality and all, and the education which we have provided during the last 10 years. I think one of our speaker Abhay mentioned about marketing and all. We have never seen meat product ad on Prime channel, okay, during IPL and all. So that's the investment we at Licious has done for the entire industry, so that ultimately we have to grow to the global level, and the processing and cold chain is a critical part of this entire supply chain, because we operate, not even single kg comes from wet market on our platform. It's 100% from processing plants, which are kind of at a European standard, the plants with which we work. So with this entire cold chain data of consumer and all, in the fresh supply chain, which is 3-day shelf life, our wastage is below 2%, okay, which is unforeseen in the fresh supply chain. If you see even vegetable and fruits, the wastes are more than 10%. So this is all, end-to-end supply chain, which is in perishable category. Cold chain plays a vital role. And if you see, the industry is going to grow by 20%. The investment required in the cold chain, if you see any plant, almost 20% of the investment capex goes in cold chain, refrigeration, cold storage, even the reefer transport. So that is critical part, but the industry has to evolve because consumers are demanding quality products, and because of labor shortages and all, will not continue with the wet. It will be slow and steady, progress towards processed meat. Could be, and even after 10 years, even at 20%, it will be around 30% of processed market. 70% will still be wet market. So with this, I'll close my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we had good takeaway points. Of course, the scope in the market is very high, with India still at 5 kgs and China 100 and USA 65. So I think sky is the limit for us. And yes, the secret that you share is about the cold chain, which is very, very important. So I don't know whether, for future, instead of in poultry, we going for a new batch of breeders, we might as well go for investing into cold chain. So that would help our business better. And just a small point of observation, the digital, the videos that was, corporate videos that was shared this morning, they were very impressive, and they are in line with, the digital platform that we would like to use. And of course, a small observation that the Shalimar presentation, and of course even Poultry India was very really appealing. The though in those videos, some of the customers do not end up only as poultry farmers or, eggs and chicken, but my view is ultimately we are in this chain and our ultimate goal is safe and good quality meat production, animal protein. So in our videos, if it's possible, can we end up with, ultimately a chicken or egg or milk on the table? Since we are in poultry, then, if those corporate videos can end up, because ultimately we are doing all these things so that the consumption can go up. Having said this, I think it's time for a lunch break. And thank you so much for all of the patient hearing. And we will get back at 2:25. Yeah, thank you.
of its time. I think उस time पे, okay, as a consultant, I believe everything is in numbers. So there will be less of science and more of economics, because we believe in making a concept into a viable economic model. That's what we will discuss today. So India had this tremendous opportunity to link most of the, let's say, waste from one business enterprise, taking that as the raw material to another enterprise. It is hugely possible, primarily because as a tropical country, what is our biggest advantage in the, I mean, compared to many other countries in the world? Anybody? Tropical country, you know, we have more sun, more sweat, more humidity, more rains, right? So the biggest advantage of being a tropical country is that we can grow more crop in India. I think we are one of the very few countries that are fortunate to have almost 3 crops in India. Whether it is the majority of the states, we have 127 agroclimate zones in India. 127. No other country in the world has such a diversity in terms of this work. So we are naturally bestowed with these trends. Okay. Now coming back to this concept, I have thought of some projects which we are doing currently, because we are, as you know, we are global advisors on many of these projects. How and try to adapt it for, let's say, Indian stakeholders. For small farmers, what can we do? For MSME, what can we do? And let's say for large corporate-based industrial scale business model, what can we do? I have shared some ideas, and let's see how it goes. These numbers, these are all, very pretty much basic for you. This is like LKG kind of information for all of you. But yeah, just to showcase that we are one of the largest egg and meat producers in the world, and focus on these, some of the top producing states in the country. Let's say Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, West Bengal, and Karnataka, and we will link it to the, let's say, our ideas later. Similarly, let's say within chicken meat, where we have top states like West Bengal, UP, Maharashtra, Telangana, and again, just remember these states, and having some basic information on, let's say, what kind of waste that gets generated at various value chain nodes of poultry industry in India, at hatchery stage, farm operations, slaughter, processing, and various chemical and pharmaceutical residues that get generated across the industry. So some of them are, I mean, as you know, there are many experts here using some of these waste already, making them into internal circular models where the waste is again used back into the industry. That means when waste is generated, just look from the economics point of view. Waste का दिमाग में क्या आता है? How do we think waste? Waste is something which is not desirable, which is discarded and has low value. Isn't it? दिमाग में वही आता है ना? So when waste is of low economic value, उसे क्या कर सकते हैं? Then it becomes like a, instead of thinking in terms of, let's say, making something good out of it, the immediate logical emotion that comes to mind is how to get rid of this. वही आता है ना दिमाग में. When waste word is registered, the immediate economic emotion that comes to mind is how I can get rid of this, how cheaply I can get rid of this, how I will not get into any mess, or I will not get into any issues by disposing that. So we try to innovate some kind of utilization technologies, this thing, which can lead further into lower economic value products. This happens not just in poultry. Any kind of agricultural waste that comes in, we try to allocate very small value to it, and then hence you decide economically कि मुझे इसमें ज़्यादा पैसा खर्च नहीं करना है, and hence I will try to dispose it of at the least economic burden for the enterprise. This happens across the industry. Now, how to, and this happens in majority of the industries. For example, in agriculture, what is the major waste? It's a straw, basically. The millions of hectares of paddy fields, wheat fields, and so many other field crops, they get generated. And what is the value we assign to this straw? Hardly nothing. It's free. If you go to village, you can pick up paddy straw free of cost, or maybe half a rupee or 1 rupee, isn't it? So waste has a connotation of low economic value to this. Now my today's thought process is, can we make it into that waste into gold? Gold is a wrong word, but since we are in post-lunch session, I am trying to use certain words which will give us alert in our brains. So, waste ko sona kaise banaye? Again, few statistics, some of them maybe little bit, 19-20 का फर्क होगा. This is just primarily to showcase एक इंडस्ट्री में, एग एंड मीट इंडस्ट्री में जनरली गाइडेंस क्या है, कितना वेस्ट दैट वी जनरेट. लेट्स से फ्रॉम एग शेल्स, देन अनहैच्ड एग्स एंड सम लिक्विड वेस्ट. सो एस्टिमेट ऑफ लेट्स से 100 grams per egg, which is waste generated for total production of 40 billion eggs. The estimation is about 14 million tons of waste that is coming from the value chain of eggs. Now looking at the same meat production, again, right from let's say the litter and waste, then slaughter waste, then the farm waste is about 1 kg, and then the processing waste is about 250 grams to 300 grams. So total we have about 10 million tons of farm waste and 2 to 3 million tons waste of slaughter waste. This is broad numbers. Okay, let's not go into too much ki 19-20 का फर्क हो सकता है, but yeah, this is the broad waste that we generate out of the whole industry. What is the largest waste that we are generating? Numbers तो सामने ही हैं, बताओ आप. तो post lunch session में I have the liberty to ask questions, so it will not be a monologue. तो सबसे waste कौन सा है भाई, बताओ. Poultry litter. पिछले स्लाइड में 14 मिलियन टन्स था, बट दैट इज मिक्स ऑफ 10 डिफरेंट थिंग्स. यहाँ पे पोल्ट्री लिटर 10 मिलियन आएगा, 14 प्लस 10 प्लस 3, सो टोटल वी हैव 27 मिलियन टन्स ऑफ वेस्ट, इजंट इट? इसमें सबसे ज्यादा बड़ा कौन सा है? पोल्ट्री लिटर एंड मैन्योर, विच इज द मेजर वेस्ट दैट कम्स आउट ऑफ इट. एंड व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ पोल्ट्री लिटर टुडे? ऑलमोस्ट नथिंग, इजंट इट? Maybe if you sell it to somebody, it may have 1 rupee, something like that. But that's the, again, from the philosophy of waste, isko discard karna hai, I have to get rid of this, so I will sell it cheap. Now, yahan pe, this is, let's say, before we go into the, let's say, the ideas which I want to, broad current usage of these waste that comes from poultry enterprise, hum kya kar rahe hain? There is a usage for biogas, there is some composting happens, some organic farming में use हो जाता है, then bit of mushroom farming, then feathers converted into various kinds of meals, etc., etc. So इसमें से what is that enterprise which has, let's say, highest value? General guess. Which enterprise we can make it into, let's say, kind of big for India? Abattoir waste, I think, is currently being used. There are so many technologies, rendering plants, etc., which broadly you make into kind of meals, isn't it? But uska economic value ठीक ठाक है, but is it something really big? It's very small. Because organized processing कितना है? I mean, as per the morning session statistics, still about 5%. Dr. Narhari, I think you should 5%, 10%. ठीक है, 10% भी ले लेंगे, isn't it? Correct. So Again, remember this slide. What are the current usage of these waste in Indian parlance? Which one is becoming big, or which one is, what is the economic value that you can assign to these, let's say, waste utilization business models? किसमें पैसा है? थोड़ा याद रखिए. Some of the basic business models for SME, MSME that we can look at and which are being supported by state and central governments are these three. Rendering plants, there are certain government subsidies for small scale units, and composting and biogas. These are basic operations which have been already supported well by state and central governments, and a bit of some guidance in terms of what kind of revenues that can be generated, etc., etc. Now, as I said, these are various agencies in state and central governments like EHIDF, National Livestock Mission, APEDA, NABARD, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, and various state governments have waste utilization policies as part of their industrial or food processing policies. All these support small scale or slightly reasonably large enterprises for waste repurposing. Now, for the small farmer, what can be, what ideas we can suggest in India? If you look at the initial slides, what are all the states where egg laying and broiler production is very high? This is a small pilot project we are trying to do in the state of Telangana with the help of state government, where whether we can link corn production, mushroom cultivation, and broiler and layer poultry farming, and small bio-CNG is a very large enterprise that's not for small farmers, but again using the digestate reuse in the cornfields. This is the modern concept of, let's say, circularity that we are trying to prove that in small scale whether this can happen. A corn farm post, let's say, harvest of grain, the stalks contain lot of it's a basic straw. Either it can go into, let's say, as a animal fodder, or you can combine that with a poultry litter and convert it into compost, which again can be sent back to small farmers in a sterilized compost manner, where they can set up small scale per day 10 to 20 kg mushroom growing small farms. And whatever the compost that comes back, post growing of mushrooms, the leftover compost is called substrate, mushroom spent compost. This can be again used for generation of bio-CNG. For that, because it contains poultry litter and straw, both are very good raw material feedstock for production of bio-CNG. And post bio-CNG production, the digestate again can be resupplied to the farmers, which can be easily be absorbed by the soil because it's already in digested state, and it will have very good nutritive value. You can supply as a liquid digestate or dry and then make it into powder form, and then it can also be applied on the fields. Both forms are easily can be done. And this will have a rural based small farmer circularity business model, where a farmer can take up corn farming, mushroom farming, and supply the collected spent compost to a large bio-CNG producer, and again get back that as fertilizer to the farm. So this entire model shows that there can be small scale poultry production plus large scale bio-CNG production, which can be now today in India. Bio-CNG there is no problem of marketing. Government itself is now supporting bio-CNG because that's the major focus of central government to reduce the oil import bill, because that's why the ethanol and bio-CNG are being supported in a very big way. Marketing का कोई टेंशन नहीं है इसमें भी. Now, that is, so we have seen what small scale MSME operators can depend on, what if small farmers can depend on, and now look at the large scale industrial production, what we can do. Now again, if you look at the poultry liter waste that is getting generated in India, it's about 10 million tons, 1 crore tons, right? This is based on some live projects what we are doing with an investment of 100 to 120 crores, including working capital. We can have a ultra modern facility that can produce 10,000 tons of mushrooms, button mushrooms throughout the year. I mean, if any of you know mushroom production in India, there are two broad areas of mushroom production in India. North India में पूरा winter में चलता है, post wheat harvest etc. Himachal, UP, that colder temperate areas में winter production, it happens for 4 to 5 months, based on the climatic suitability, because mushroom production requires bit of 15 degrees to 20 degrees kind of a climate. But rest of the months there is no mushroom production. In South India, since there is no such temperature available during the winter months, it happens in controlled environment, more or less similar to your EC poultry farms kind of setup. Basically, you need a slightly chiller climate for button mushroom production. Then, what is the waste for this mushroom? This is an excellent example which India can use, because entire mushroom production depends on two key raw materials. One is waste. Again, this can be, that's why I showed this can be done at small farmer level or industrial scale, both. If you do it at industrial scale, for this kind of production, we require about 20,000 tons of corn or paddy straw plus 10 to 12,000 tons of poultry manure. These are the only two key raw materials. There may be some other small volumes of other substances, raw materials required, but these two are the key raw materials for mushroom production. And with as I said, with 100 to 120 crores, we can do 365 days of production, and this can support huge amount of rural employment, plus this has very high, what you call, entry barriers. Mushroom production, there are so many hundreds of edible mushrooms. What I am speaking is primarily button mushrooms, which can be grown in industrial scale. A typical modern facility of this nature can support easily 350 to 500 rural employment, plus this is as you know, this is a perishable product and can be grown 365 days. We can, let's say, market it in most of the urban and rural areas. If you see, in even rural areas, the appetite for mushroom consumption is also going. Of course, it is not competing with poultry, chicken, etc. But this is one example I would like to showcase where seemingly low value product, which is waste, can be grown into a massive multiplier. So we are leveraging a low cost raw material for making a beautiful example of circular economy, at the same time making rural employment, and let's say the further whatever every day, if we are using, if we are producing 10,000 tons every day, we get 100 to 150 tons of spent compost again coming back into the reuse, which again can be linked into an 100 tons per day bio-CNG production facility, where as I said, the spent compost from mushroom farms contain excellent combination, which can be, I mean, it's an ideal feedstock for a bio-CNG production. With a little bit of other co-substrates, we can easily produce about 12,500 kgs of bio-CNG every day. And this is something which can be again done 365 days. What is the biggest hurdle for bio-CNG plants in India? Consolidation of agri waste. मतलब इधर 10 kg डंग उठाओ, उधर 10 kg भूसा उठाओ, कितना आप उठाओगे? So the consolidation of agri waste is the expensive thing in India. That's why bio-CNG has a lot of initial hurdles to cross and then make it into a successful model. But for a mushroom plant plus bio-CNG production facility which can cohabit at the same location, you have ready-made feedstock coming in, and again the digestate that comes from bio-CNG, post-bio-CNG production again can be either supplied in tankers as liquid fertilizer or dried into, again use solar dehydration and make it into powder form of digestate and then again supply back to the farmers for applying into the fields. So this is what I think India has great potential for, and this is not for, I mean, the entry barriers are so high because mushroom production and technologies are extremely complex. There are more, let's say, science that is involved in this, because it's a mushroom, as you know, is a fungi. It's extremely sensitive for temperature, humidity, and diseases, etc. So there are this 10 million tons of poultry waste, poultry manure that comes produced in India can support, divide 10 million tons by 10,000 tons of poultry per unit. You can support 1,000 units of such large scale, industrial scale mushroom farm in India, and the demand for mushroom production can grow immensely in the coming years because most of the European production will go down because the enterprises are not able to produce economically because it requires a lot of labor, which is exactly the, let's say, the strength of India. I wouldn't say strength today because even manual labor has become expensive in India, but yes, this is something that should be economically viable because you can still pay higher because the economic value of mushroom today is about, the retail value is about 200 to 300 rupees per kg, which is almost same as chicken. So circularity use karo, but leverage into a product, end product that has higher economic value. So I'll stop here. Thank you so much. And
thank you, Mr. Gopinath. I think very interesting because the raw material of poultry litter is abundantly available in our industry, and to get out, and I think the protein content of mushroom you didn't mention, but I think it's nutritionists are here, it's almost equal to chicken, I suppose, the protein, yeah? And so that's good to, from poultry waste, to get a equally high value added product. And I don't know if the government will really love to take such kind of project and promote it because literally making gold out of the waste. So thank you so much. There were a lot of interesting points takeaway that were given, and I'm sure many of us have made note of it. And moving on to the next, there's no point in running when you're on the wrong road, yeah? Because in our poultry operation, genetics is the foundation, because how much ever well we may do in feed and management and biosecurity, but if the genetics are not stronger, then that is the weakest link. So the importance of genetics cannot be understated. We have Dr. Deepak Pratap Singh, Technical Service Manager, Aviagen India. Dr. Singh is a seasoned poultry industry professional with over 15 years of experience. He specializes in breeder and grandparent operations with strong expertise in poultry health management, techno-commercial strategies, and customer support. A graduate in veterinary science from Durg, he has also completed the senior leadership program at IIM Lucknow, equipping him with a strategic approach to technical operations and team leadership within the poultry sector. So, Dr. Deepak will talk on breeding for efficiency, how genetics shape sustainable and profitable poultry processing. Dr. Deepak. Sorry.
Thank you, sir, for a lovely introduction. Good afternoon to all distinguished guests and respected organizer. my topic is to breeding for the efficiency. How genetics shapes sustainable and profitable poultry processing. Recently, India is producing nearly 4.5 million metric ton of chicken meat. And as a genetics company, can we increase meat yield by 0.2% annually only? So how much we are saving our resources? Resources means how much we are saving feed, how much we are saving water, how much we are saving farmland. This is sustainable model. So our company is trying to do that to producing a product which is having more efficiency to the end farmer, to the environment, less impact to the environment. So this is my company, what is doing. In nutshell, my company is involved purely in poultry breeding company. It deals with the genetics of poultry. So I would like to start my presentation by stating classical definition of sustainability. It is meeting the needs of the present without compromising ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Sustainability essentially have three words: responsible resource management, environment protection, and social and economical equity. In simpler way, we can say that taking care of the earth so that our children and their children can live well too. Why sustainable poultry production is needed? What is need of sustainable poultry production? It is needed because producing the same amount of chicken today as compared to 1965, having 50% less impact to the environment. 50%. How? It is contributed for the various factors. Like nowadays we are using 75% less resources to produce same amount of poultry. We are emitting 36% of carbon dioxide gas for the same amount of poultry production. We are utilizing 72% less farmland for the same amount of poultry production. We are using 58% of water for the same amount of poultry production. It all counts for the sustainable and efficient poultry production. So, what Aviagen is doing for the sustainable poultry production for the India market? Because India market is very tough, very competitive, and so we have different roadmap for the Indian market. So our company since belong to the genetics company, and we are using technology and innovation. So some of things I will explain here, how our company is adding value to our customer to make their product more efficient and sustainable. Just like we are using multi-environment for our pedigree. We are exposing our pedigree for the multi-environment, like open-sided farm, closed-sided farm. So result is that our final product is having more adaptability of the various environmental conditions, and also having more resistance to the disease with the generalized immunity increment. We are using radio frequency identification technology for selecting the birds which are having more efficiency towards the feed and having more efficiency towards the water. So in our pedigree line, there we are giving tag to each bird, which is unique to each bird. And whenever the bird is moving for the water station, whenever the bird is moving for the feed station, the receiver receive all the signals. Not only receive, record and analyze also. So based on that data, we are selecting the pedigree bird which is having more efficiency towards feed and more efficiency to the water consumption. So it reflects into our breeder genetic program. Our focus is to improve 0.3 hatching egg per year in a one hen house cycle. We are trying to add 0.2% hatchability per year. Continuous improvement of male and female fertility. We are trying to improve breeder livability year by year. We are trying to improve egg cell quality year by year, and we are trying to improve embryo viability. It will contribute into the hatchability. So this is our breeder side effort. What Aviagen is trying to do is to improve breeder performance. So ultimately, when we will improve breeder performance, so it will reflect into the progeny also. On the broiler side, our predicted growth plan for upcoming 5 years from 2025 to 2029, we want to increase weight 45 to 50 gram per year on the live weight of 2.2 kg. We are trying to increase weight 0.8 gram to 1 gram on the average day gain of at 34 days. We are trying to reduce down the mortality by 0.15 to 0.2% every year. This is for the broiler side. Feed efficiency is the key driver of environmental sustainability, and our target is to improve FCR by 0.0 to 0.5 every year. So if we'll do that, so ultimately by the improved FCR and shorten the cycle of the broiler, it will contribute into the environment 19% less greenhouse gas production. It is sustainability. Impact of sustainable breeder and broiler production. Suppose if we are increasing our breeder production, breeder productivity by 10% only, it is not the exact data, it is just hypothesis. When we will do, what will happen into the breeder performance. So we will be able to place 30 lakh breeder chicks, breeder parent for the same amount of poultry production. We are saving 2 lakh ton of feed per year. We are saving 53 million of water per year. Same in the broiler side also. If we are improving 10-point FCR, that it means we are saving 33 kilograms of feed per parent in a year. We are saving 1.1 million metric tons of feed per year. It's all about saving. So genetics is all about improvement. Genetics is a continuous improvement process. So we want to give a product which is taking less and giving more. Giving more in the terms of productivity and taking less for the environment from the Mother Earth. On the one hand, we are trying to save the country, Earth, and on the other hand, we are trying to give the increasing demand of protein for the India. We are using CT scan for our pedigree line to check which bird is having more meat yield, which bird can convert feed to the meat yield more efficiently, and it is doing into the live bird. By doing this, we are able to increase meat yield by 0.15 to 0.2% every year. This is our target for the Indian market. So result of this, breast and EVIS rated yield will be improved. Impact of only 0.2% meat yield. How much it will cause less impact to the environment. India is again producing roughly 4.5 million tons of poultry meat, chicken meat. So only 0.2% improvement in the meat yield will produce 9,000 tons of additional poultry, additional chicken meat. And we are saving 5 million square feet less housing for the same amount of poultry production. We are saving 25 million liters of less water for the same amount of poultry production. And ultimately, we are emitting 33,300 tons of less carbon dioxide to our environment. So, genetic direction for Indian market. In India, we are using ROS 308 AP. And why ROS 308 AP? Because it is suitable for the Indian market. In India, we are having different wide range of housing system, especially in the broiler segment. So, for the broiler segment, our focus is to give a product which is having more robust to a widest range of housing system. And it is having more efficiency. It is having more efficient, and meat yield is also improved. This is our primary objective in the broiler side. In the breeder also, we want to optimize breeder production, hatchability and chick output. This is our focus area into the breeder. And for doing this, we have to invest long term into the R&D. Evagen is investing nearly 10% of its revenue into the R&D only. So ultimately, we are having bird, we wanted a bird which is having best into the all category, like best in the breeder, best in the broiler performance. Why? Because when we will giving the best, more efficient breeder, more efficient broiler, then only we can save the environment. We will cause less impact to the environment, because India is growing population, and growing population is needing more protein. So to fulfill that demand, can we do production like that? By increasing of additional number of meat, which is required by the young India, without any additional square feet of land, without using of additional water, without harming the impact to the environment. So Aviation is committed for that. This is our GGP farm at India. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the invaluable information about the genetics. And indeed, I think it has got a multiplier effect. Even in decimals and fractions, if you talk of improvement in genetics, they have a huge commercial impact. While these could be goals, it's also nice to see that practically we are able to achieve it, because that also informs us of the fact that even minor changes in genetics has a major impact in the final outcome, financially and performance-wise and things like that. And it's great to know such greater details. Coming to our next speaker, Mr. Shyam Shri Chandra Babu, AVP and Business Head, Food Division, Jaffa Comfeed India. I can recall early 1990s when Mr. Haryono Sonar Somo, the founding member of Jaffa, he took almost more than a year traveling in India along with the Oberoi Group, Oxford Hunters, for a joint venture to establish this company. And they were also known in those early days for the first companies talking of FCR among broilers, early company to bring the new concept to calculate FCR. And Mr. Shyam Shri Chandra Babu, he is a food and agri-business leader. He has spearheaded Jaffa's entry into processed meats, scaling it to 150 crore plus business with full P&L responsibility, factory commissioning, and omni-channel go-to-market across B2B, D2C, and Q-commerce. He also set up the strategy function and drove a company-wide rebranding, resulting in significant growth in sales and visibility. During his stint with Future Group, he drove exponential growth across 300 crore and FMCG brands. He has been a co-founder in a coffee shop chain and former PwC consultant. He brings deep cross-functional expertise across brand building, distribution, and category development. Shyam is an NMIMS MBA, an industrial engineer from College of Engineering, Trivandrum. And we will learn from the learnings from the East. I think with such kind of variety and diverse experience and knowledge, I'm sure that we will benefit from your information, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank Mr. Sanjoy for inviting me for this event. When I was asked to speak, I was thinking what I can speak in front of industry veterans who have been in the Indian market for many years. So I thought maybe some exposure that I uniquely get by being part of the Jaffa group, which is a lot of interaction with the Indonesia and Vietnam team and a lot of interaction with the strategy guys working, spearheading the strategy of the group globally, is something that I would probably showcase in this forum, which there will be something that hopefully you guys can learn from what Jaffa is doing in other markets, as well as the general direction of poultry processing in other markets. So just quickly an overview of Jaffa Group, and not spending much time here. We are present in Vietnam, Indonesia, Myanmar, Bangladesh. There is a dairy operation in China under Greenfields brand. And in most of the countries that Jaffa operates, it's either the number one, number two kind of a player in feed and in farming and so on. So in Indonesia, Jaffa is second largest poultry feed producer, 21% share in market. Second largest DOC producer with 25% share in market. Similarly, in Vietnam, it's the second largest DOC producer with 34% share of market, and so on. So in most countries where Jaffa operates, it's been a market leader and kind of setting the trend of the direction in which the industry moves, which is something that I would like to share a couple of strategies, a couple of initiatives that the company has taken. Generally, these markets are also moving in, which I don't see in Indian markets so far. So the food business in Jaffa, basically the company is divided into three: upstream, downstream, and midstream and downstream. Upstream is the feed and breeding and so on, breeding in the sense GP. The midstream is the poultry farming or the swine fattening or the dairy farms and so on. And the downstream is the processing and branded products. So there are several brands across multiple categories. Poultry, seafood, dairy, beef, and swine as well. And there are multiple brands. So Good is a chicken brand. Ola Good is a organic, antibiotic-free kind of a chicken that is now launched in Indonesia. Best Chicken is a retail format. Jaffa Best is the brand that we use in India, which is a retail brand and also has an omni-channel kind of a play. So you can buy online or walk into our shops. And now we are also available in quick commerce platforms. And then Tokusen is a beef brand. Jaffa Prime is a seafood brand, and so on. So there are significant number of brands and number of categories that Jaffa Group plays in across the countries that it is present. So now diving into poultry processing, just a broad look globally, where in Europe and North America, you see almost the entire industry is processing. There's nothing known as a wet market anymore. And it's been like that for many decades. At least 20 years back, all these places have already transformed completely into processing or an organized market with hardly any presence of wet market. 22 million is the total production of poultry in US and Europe 15. Asia Pacific is 60. Led by China. 24 million that you see in China includes duck as well. China is the world's largest producer of duck, so a lot of that is duck. Around 15 million is poultry. India is 5 to 6. Numbers can vary here and there a bit. Indonesia is almost similar as India. Jaffa itself grows around 1 billion birds a year in Indonesia. Vietnam is smaller in its poultry. And then Latin America and so on. So even in Latin America and other parts of the world, you see, except Africa, most 70 to 80% is already processed. In Asia, other than Asia, the spread is wide. China is almost 50 to 65% processed. India is the lowest, 10 to 12. Indonesia is 15, 20, and Vietnam is 25 to 30. So why has this happened? How does this transition happen? Whenever we have looked at West, at least in my lifetime, it is already organized. It's already happened, but these are the markets where we see the acceleration into poultry processing happening, especially in China, which I'll have a few slides on how the Chinese market transformed over the last 20 years. Now a deeper look at the Asian markets. So India population-wise, now we are the number one, 1.43 billion people. Indonesia is a fairly large country, almost close to 300 million population. Vietnam is smaller, 100, and China is, 1.41 billion. Per capita income, Indonesia and Vietnam are somewhere in that lower middle income kind of a range, $4,000, $5,000 per capita. China is way ahead with $13,000 per capita. India is at 2,800. But total meat production, if you see, India is already 8.8, and larger than Indonesia, Vietnam, because of large population. China is way ahead with 90 million metric ton. More than 50% of that is swine. But poultry itself still, poultry is now 33% of overall meat consumption in China is now poultry, which is, as I said, 24 million. Per capita consumption, India is 5 to 6, Indonesia is 12 to 14. Vietnam and China, there you see the basic cultural change there, where meat consumption as a habit is much higher. So even though Vietnam is at $4,000 per capita, still meat consumption is 35 to 40 per year, per person. And China is 60 to 65, as Rakesh also had previously mentioned. But the reason poultry industry is going to be largest in India, in my view, is the share of other meat is almost non-existent in India. Most of the meat that is consumed is going to be poultry. So in a matter of maybe 1 or 2 decades, India should be the largest or at least second largest producer of poultry in the world. China has a large swine share, so even though meat consumption is much higher, poultry, India has a fair chance of being the largest poultry market in the world, in my view, in another 1 or 2 decades. So domestic market is 30 to 50 billion, 30 to 40 for India, and China is more than 200, so you can see the difference there. Now moving forward to what happened in China, which is very interesting. Like 20 years back in 2005, the per capita income of China was fairly close to the per capita income of India at this point, which is around $3,000 adjusted to inflation. And then over the last 20 years, you see a huge jump in the share of processed market versus wet from 15 to 65. It's almost like many things that happen in China. It's extremely, when change happens very fast and at large scale. So there are many factors that drive the change. One key insight that I had when I was exploring these data points and looking at these markets is that one, there are certain tailwinds that happen in any market. Growth in online is a tailwind. Increase in share of modern trade is a tailwind, where poultry, then there are platforms to sell your product. So that kind of propels the industry forward. But there are also steps that a company can take, or an industry player can take, or an industry can take as such, which also propels the industry forward, like the mutual fund example, or Tesla as an example in EV. EV was not happening unless and until Tesla did it, right? So those kind of things are also there. So in China, both have happened. While there are a lot of tailwinds, but industry has also taken some steps, which I'll come to. So one of the tailwind for sure is the share of modern trade. Modern trade, like India, was almost 15% in China in 2005. Now it's more than 50-60%. So that, almost 50%. So that has propelled the industry forward because there are more stores to sell. Cold chain is already established. An industry trying to establish cold chain is very expensive and very tough. Licious has done it with the help of online, but it's going to be very expensive for one industry to set up cold chain, right? So when things like that happen in the country where modern trade itself is booming, then kind of creates a ready highway for any of the industry to tap in and grow your business. So broadly, there are few things that have happened in China which propel that change. One is the food safety concern. So avian influenza outbreak in 2013 was a game-changing event for the country, like maybe say COVID for us, where processing kind of shot up. Similarly, that was a game-changing event, and then processing shot up post that. Second, and post that, then government regulation came in and started banning live bird shops in most of the large cities, which was another step that made a significant impact. Urbanization, income growth, as people become more affluent, habits change, and then they are less forgiving of the practices that they were used to before. So now, if you are a high-income country, then you don't want to see a live bird shop and blood all over the place and unhygienic conditions and so on. So that obviously has a huge impact. Cold chain expansion is a general modern trade growth in itself, which kind of create the platform for the transformation to happen. Similarly, QSR and food service also kind of join the bandwagon when the economy grows. Consumer convenience, trend for different type of products started happening, growth in further process, ready to cook and so on. So most of the things that are marked in blue in my view are the industry factors that kind of changed and gave us the broader economic factors that kind of change and propel the industry forward. But one thing that I was really surprised to see happening in other Asian countries was a rise in ready to eat shelf stable products. This is not something that we see yet in India, but I was blown away by what's happening in other countries. So in China, for example, now, as I said, 55 to 65% of the products are processed. Out of that, 35% is ambient products. So what is ambient product? Like, you can sell it without cold chain, basically. These are products like retort or canning or dehydration or pre-cooked meat and so on. So in China, if you walk into any of the stores, or for that matter in Indonesia also, you can get a packet that looks like a packet of chocolates, which is chicken sausage. Ambient sausage, just open and eat. So this, maybe it's quite difficult for us to relate, because as a culture, we have never eaten it. There is already some sort of a mind block in eating non-veg, and eating non-veg raw or just open a packet and eat a piece of chicken is not something that we can imagine. But for that, I'll just give you a couple of examples. And so it was similar in other Asian countries, even in Indonesia or Vietnam or China. That habit never existed. It was created. So I'll give an example of Nescafe in Japan. Japan is a tea consuming country. I mean, they never had tasted coffee before. So Nescafe wanted to enter Japan, and there was no way that if you sell coffee, nobody was going to buy. So they started introducing like an Alphenliebe, like a small chocolate, which is coffee flavored. And they started introducing coffee flavor. They launched that coffee and ran it. I mean, targeting kids, 5-year-old kids, 6-year-old kids. And then they ran that product for like 10, 15 years. After 15 years, when these kids grew to become adults and they're in that age of drinking coffee, they already had gotten used to the coffee palate. And then they launched Nescafe, and a tea drinking country like Japan started adopting coffee, and now coffee chains grow faster in Japan than any other part of the world. So it was something that the industry did, but with a decade-long, maybe multi-decade-long vision, where they introduced a product, got consumers used to the taste, and then finally launched the coffee product that they wanted to launch. So in China now, this ambient product, so why ambient is required? Like mostly we say to grow a processing industry, there are a lot of constraints. There's no cold chain, there's no place to sell, penetration of modern trade is low, and so on. But with ambient, they kind of negated all those barriers. Now ambient products can be sold anywhere. And most Asian markets, even with modern trade or a online penetration, still majority of largest channel is going to be GT, and that's the way these countries are constructed. There's no real estate to build large supermarkets like a US or many of the Western countries. So what are these products? Like I said, these are sausages. They're sometimes shelf-stable breast, like already cooked flavored breast. You can buy, open a packet and eat. So there are many of these products that are booming the market with multiple sorts of flavors, sausages, there are many fillings that are used to fill up the sausage other than meat, inducing many flavors. So it's a huge wide array of products. Even in our Indonesia business, this is Jaffa Indonesia product range, where all the things that you see in these boxes are small sausages. And like the Nescafe story in Japan, Indonesia also people never used to consume meat right out of the shelf, or almost like a chocolate of sort. So this was also, Jaffa also did 20-25 year journey with this product, where it was launched near schools as a protein, and again, Indonesia 10-20 years back was also protein division, like currently what India is. So introduced it as a protein intake, as something that is good for you, and got children adopted to it. And then once children started consuming it, because none of the adults, I don't think anyone in this room would also consume this that easily. It's not easy to have it once you are not used to it, but maybe a 5-year-old today can have. And later when they grow up, and then this becomes a part of their life and becomes a normal product. So that summarizes my piece on what happened in the East and why. So with these kind of products, the general barriers that poultry processing as an industry faces, lack of cold chain and so on, can really be disrupted, and the industry can grow on its own without having the tailwind of macroeconomic factors supporting. Now my last slide is my little bit of a view on Indian market, what's happening macro. So I think the numbers are all blurred out. So growing internet shoppers, so around 800-900 million internet users are expected by 2026. And the journey usually is around 600 million people are using YouTube and watching video. 500 million people are transacting for services online, which is mostly IRCTC. The online shopping revolution in India actually needs to be credited to IRCTC and then to Flipkart and Amazon and so on. So around 400 million people buying tickets online, and around 150 to 200 million people buying products online is expected, around 20% of Indian population maybe. So that is a tailwind, and companies like Licious have taken good advantage of tailwind and using that growing base of online consumers build a whole distribution channel required to grow processing and get these products into consumer homes. Similarly, in the modern trade, in the retail space, even after Quickcom, even after internet penetration, 71% is still GT. So I feel there's a large play there could be some company that comes up with an ambient product brand and kind of makes that mainstream. Like maybe someone from the industry will do it, or maybe there's another startup that'll come and do that, because I think that's a goldmine waiting to be explored, and could be, seeing what's happening in rest of the Asian countries, this is very well possible. So that's one big innovation that I expect may play out over the next decade or so in the Indian market. And third, around 55% of Indian population is now Gen Z and millennial, and 30% is Gen Z. And I'm sure none of them would have, at least in urban centers, none of them would have ever walked into a wet market. So the kind of consumers that you're going to serve, prepping to serve in the decades to come, are going to be much younger, and habit formation and new product development can be explored at this point more than it could ever have been explored before. Because most of your consumers in 10 years are going to be Gen Z millennial kind of a consumer, and their habits can be molded much easier, much faster by having great focus on innovation. So products catering new habits is something that may transform the industry. So with this I conclude. So I can see a very optimistic view of poultry processing as an industry in the next 1 or 2 decades. There are major tailwinds happening, and there are major opportunities that are left to be explored. And I hope some of this plays out and poultry industry in India becomes a more vibrant space in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shyam. Definitely it was interesting to learn about what's happening in the East. The culture plays a very important role, the type of meat we eat and, the way it's presented. But like you rightly said, it was more a created taste in the Far East. So I think even India also can be molded in the same way. You need to only create demand for it. And like you suggested, people should be caught young. So thanks for that. The next speaker is Dr. Anurag Jaina, and General Manager of Alpha Feeds. He will be talking on harmonizing with global standards, that is export-ready poultry through advanced processing. So like throughout the day we have discussed a lot about, being very high in numbers for production of poultry and milk and all animal protein, but definitely lacking way behind in exports. So this becomes a very important topic for us to make our final produce export worthy. Dr. Jaina is a dynamic veterinary expert and strategic leader well known for his pioneering work in AI-driven veterinary innovation. He leads market expansion and operational transformation through cutting-edge feed solutions. Previously with Noveltech Feeds, he gained recognition for crisis leadership and technical excellence, mentoring teams and driving national level SOPs. At Srivasa Farms, he advanced broiler and layer operations with customer-focused protocols and product development. Earlier, as a research assistant at ICAR and Nivedi, he collaborated with the CDC Atlanta on anthrax epidemiology and led GIS-based public health projects. Dr. Jaina holds a PhD in veterinary parasitology and has authored over 30 scientific publications. He is also an executive committee member at Vets in Poultry and an active social contributor through child nutrition and cancer support initiatives in Bhubaneswar. He has been a colleague in the past, 4 or 5 years ago, and I can surely vouch that, definitely he is very good at crisis management. And he is a rare breed in the sense that normally people do excel in technical knowledge and efficiency, but he is no less in commercial too. So he is a typical techno-commercial personality. Dr. Jaina.
So I would thank you for that beautiful introduction, Mr. Selvam Ganan, one of my most revered mentors. And it's an honor to be here, and good evening everyone. Now, thank you to Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee and also to Dr. Vijay Makhija for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity to meet all the giants in the industry, or the great powers, as I would like to say. Now, food has always been a geopolitical currency, is what I would say. And in present scenario and in the present fractured global trade situations, we always see that this is the right time, or this is the right bottleneck. When India is pushed, India moves into a situation where it finds opportunities in each and every challenge. And as such, we have a responsibility to lead with the quality, compliance, and trust. Because that is where export is. Export is all about trust. Export is all about visibility, and export is all about what people think about you. So,
Due to that, you'll need to turn off airplane mode.
now, so again, now we have always been seeing, and since morning we have heard topics on technology, on economics, on sustainability, on genetics, and most importantly on production. And yes, India is one of the best producers, or one of the top producers in each and every sector. However, when it comes to exports, yes, we are good. We are good in, we are the black horses, as the GCC calls us, in egg export or egg products. However, we are not so well, or we are not so well placed, or we haven't scaled yet in the meat industry, or in the meat exports, or meat products, or processed meat. Now, that being said, what is missing? What is missing is the readiness. Every time anybody speaks of challenges in exports, it's always about readiness. Now, again, here also we can see very clearly that we do not exist anywhere in the biggest exporters in the world, although we are leading in production. Now, one thing that needs to be bridged, or one thing that needs to be planned, is compliance. Now, these compliances can be met through following different customized or country-specific details, such as either zero residue, or following different compliances of OIE, Codex, or even HACCP. Now, I can keep speaking name of these bodies and go on and on. However, going ahead, what we'll be needing in these areas is a lot of R&D. A lot of R&D has to be gone into these areas. And the next thing is developing smaller and medium-sized entities, as was spoken by one of our first speakers. Next that comes is, whenever we speak of exports, it's always a lot of paperwork. Of course, it's quite boring. Whenever we speak of paperwork is quite difficult, and people do not like paperwork. And in a country like India, I can very easily go ahead and say the word as hate. Many of us do hate paperwork, but these paperwork or these compliances are nothing other than passports. The moment we have one of these, you get an entry into Japan, you get an entry into GCC, you get an entry into Europe. And as my friends keep reminding me, it's the final file that matters. Again, I'm not using the specific Mumbai Hindi term, but because I'm not so good at that. the final file is what matters, and that's where these checklists come in. Now, after checklist, there are multiple countries in the world which are doing really well when it comes to exports, and in production, of course, but in exports. And Brazil is one of those countries which I feel quite inspired with. And it's not like we can what Brazil does, we can do the same thing in India. No, we cannot, or we do not have to, more importantly. However, what we can do is, we can do it the India way. Now, before going into the India way, let's see what Brazil has done. Now, Brazil export value is somewhere around 9.9 or a whooping $10 billion, that is in 2023. And it exports to more than 150 markets in halal, and its compliance rate is, 100% is a lower number is what they say. They say they follow European standards, or they even go beyond European standards. That's where they are. And coming to traceability, as many of the speakers were speaking of, or even Rakesh spoke of, traceability is something they are God sent. Traceability is something they cannot be beaten in any part when it comes to traceability. You speak of their breeder farm, you speak of their grandparents, you speak of their port site, anywhere and everywhere you want to check anything, you can find it. And they will simply give you a QR code or something else perhaps. But when it comes to traceability, they are amazing. Then comes the other stories. And in every processing story or in every export story, there is the first thing and the foremost thing is cold chain. Or some of my friends, they keep calling it as the first mile. That is nothing other than the cold chain. And then comes the next part, then is, whenever we speak of integration in India, we speak of the forward integration and backward integration, and then I believe I do not have to explain what these two words mean, because all of us are very well versed with these terms. However, Brazil goes 10 steps ahead. Brazil thinks of integration even at the port level, at the transportation level, at the production level of each and every grain, and most importantly, at the grassroots farmer level. And all these things are then again planned with the policymakers. The policymakers, industry, all these entities, they are all associated and they are all integrated. That's how they play the game. And yes, they exceed European benchmarks. They exceed Japanese benchmarks. Are these something that India can do? I believe India can do it. However, do we want to do it? Are we ready to do it? That's a question that I will leave to all the audience here. Again, coming to challenges. Yes, there are plenty of challenges. As I said in the beginning, certification has always been a challenge. This is something we have to figure out. I would request the policymakers to plan these things with MSMEs, to be specific. And yes, I see that Ministry of Food Processing Industries has done multiple changes, and a lot of advancements have happened in other areas as well, specifically in compliance. Still, a lot needs to evolve. Now then comes infrastructure. Infrastructure is something that goes without saying, not just in terms of cold chain. I say it's about everything. It's about transport, it's about logistics, it's about the R&D you put in for creating those small scale or medium scale processing units. Now, how do you do that? How do you popularize that? That is where everything begins. Yes, bottlenecks. That is something I just cannot finish it in today's presentation, I would say. Then comes digital, or I wouldn't speak of AI in this. However, digital deficit. And digital deficit is something, how do I explain this? In earlier days, we spoke of integrating digital tools. That has still not happened. I mean, there are many who would say it has happened, but I would say it has not happened yet. You speak of farms, there are multiple companies who haven't done it yet, not to the levels which are required for exports or export compliances. So there is a long way to go. And apart from the bigger entities, smaller units, smaller entities have to plan these, and we have to be completely digitized. That is something we have to figure it out. And in present day scenario, it's not a big deal. We are in the process. It's just scaling up that is needed. Product range, yes. That is something of a challenge. Somebody asked me today, before I did come here, that should India export fresh or should India export processed? I said, why not both? Because India can do it. You speak of the Americas, the GCC, or Europe for that matter. Everywhere we have Indians. You pack a biryani and you sell it off in any of these countries, people are going to have it. And there is someone in this room who keeps reminding me, the Britons love our kebabs. And yes, they do love our kebabs. So why can't we sell it off? Why can't we do both? Why can't we do a lot into SKUs? Yes. Now, this is where multiple agencies come in, and I think I do not have a mic which I can carry around. So this is where the compliance part comes in. And we need to see these compliances or checkpoints or checklists in each and every sector. You start with the feed, you start with the farms, you start with the processing sectors, and then the port. Then up to the port, all these compliances are met or not. This is something, thank you. So this is something we need to do it. And see, one that we always speak of, and we are already really amazing at, is the egg products, as I have already spoken. Now, when it comes to SPF eggs or egg powder for that matter, we are following compliances, yet the scaling up is to be done. And I have specifically written one word, that is the Ministry of Food Processing and Industries. Coming month, there is going to be held World Food Fair in Delhi, and a lot of a similar story what we spoke of today will be again repeated there. And that tells a story building that India is ready for export, and most importantly, India is ready for processing. Again, passports. Country specific or customized compliances are not a hurdle. And the more customized or country specific we go, the much easier it becomes for us going ahead. well, the image explains the whole thing, I would say here. Still, when we speak of Japan, they have a different compliance, they have a different necessity, they have a different story. When we speak of Europe, it's a different story. When we speak of GCC or UAE, there's a different story. All these, the moment we follow all these, something new that starts, that is nothing other than your exports. And exports have, the export readiness or the story around export readiness and story around processed food export or processed chicken export for that matter is just the start. And it will then move on to a newer territory. Again, as I said, eggs or egg export or egg product export is a black horse or something that is a hidden hero or a quiet hero of the Indian story. We are good. We are really in top positions here, and the growth is the year-on-year growth is really something that should be taken into account. It's 140% growth compared to last year. Here, the only thing that we need to focus as of now is scaling up. Yes, we have today we have discussed on automation, we have discussed on circular economics, packaging, cold chain, and on and on and on. This is where, please. One moment. Yeah, that. It is EPIDA, sir. Yes. This is from our internal, the data is internal and already exists in EPIDA websites. Yeah. Yeah, I too was skeptical, sir. Yes, we were. The growth is pretty recent. No worries. Thank you. Now I need to take, in taking this as a bahana, I will ask for 2 more minutes. So, yes, now looking into all these areas, I would say India is ready. We are at the right point, at the right junction, and at the right bottleneck. With all the sanctions levied upon us, India will be one of those countries which will be coming up with newer ideas and ready to export. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anurag. It was interesting, and of course, the conclusion is, it's always challenging. Exports is a thing that really India needs to work a lot on it. And all the topics that we covered since morning almost covers, how we can improve upon the food safety and efficiency and ultimately have systems in place. But nevertheless, that since it's being discussed in this entire whole day, about the safety, efficiency, and export worthiness. It's a good thing that we discuss them and then start working on it. And yes, coming to the statistics, yes, that is a little challenging one, Dr. Tarun, but yes, the source is from APIDA, what he has mentioned. Okay, done. Got it. No, I am with you. Yes, I am with you. Yeah, that is it. So anyhow, and moving on to the next, we have the panel discussions, and Dr. Makhija, he'll be heading the panel for Healthy Animals and Healthier India, and Dr. Vijay Makhija, the INFA chairman, on biological subcommittee. Also a personal friend of mine for many, many years. Dr. Makhija has over 25 years experience in the animal health and nutrition sector across the Asia-Pacific region. He is the immediate past president of Indian Federation of Animal Health Companies, where he also served as general secretary for 2 terms. Associated with INFA since 2013, Dr. Makhija has led several key subcommittees, including biologicals and biosecurity, GMP, and CSR. He is deeply committed to advancing INFA's mission of healthy animals and healthier India. And of course, I would like to add a little more about Dr. Makhija, that he has been very active in the industry. He has been participating in almost every forum, but of course, I will never fail to mention Dr. Tarun Sridhar, Dr. Professor Pankaj Shukla, Dr. Verma, Dr. Sirish, including you, and of course Uday Bias recently, also that, all of you have been an excellent bridge between the private sector or the farmers and also the relevant authorities, be it WVPA, PFI, VIP, CLAFMA or INFA or all such kind of enclaves. The contribution has been immense. So with this, I invite Dr. Makhija, please to take over as the panel moderator.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, compliments to the Indian Poultry Review team for hosting this conclave, and I've been given opportunity to have a panel session. So in the panel, we'll have the esteemed speakers who has been working very hard for preparation of content. You see 20 minutes presentation, but I can tell you there are many, many hours which goes behind preparation of those presentations, and you have seen the kind of depth they have brought in the presentations. So we wanted to have a panel with all the speakers, and also I take the privilege of inviting a couple of more esteemed experts related to this theme. So let me invite step by step. First, I request Dr. Barbude sir, please join and take the chair, sir. Is there? Then I request Prashant, please come and occupy the chair. Then Mr. Rakesh Gehlot, please join. Mr. Gopinath, please come on the stage. Dr. Deepak, please join us on the stage. Mr. Sham, please join us on the stage. Dr. Anurag Jaina, please come on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, may I request a subject matter expert on poultry processing, Dr. Narahari. He is among us, so give a round of applause for Dr. Narahari and joining us for this panel discussion. Okay. And next one, I request Dr. Das, who is also a subject matter expert. Please join us and give a round of applause to Dr. Das to join for this panel discussion. Hand mics? Yeah. So we'll follow the process like this. We'll be asking the questions to the... Okay. Hello. Yeah. So we'll follow the procedure that we'll be interacting with the panel first, and then on the audience also you can ask your questions, clarifications as well. So first, I'll request Dr. Narhari. Yeah, so Dr. Narhari, we'd like to understand from you that how the poultry processing can address the issue of price volatility, because we have seen that ultimately if the poultry farmers don't realize the optimal prices of their produce, entire value chain goes for a toss. So your thoughts on this?
Yeah. See, if you look at the entire value chain of the poultry industry today, starting from the breeders, what doctor was speaking about, and next comes the hatchery, then the commercially growing the houses, of course feed manufacturing. So we have made a great advancement in the genetics and the nutrition, precision nutrition. But the last part of the value chain is the processing, which is only, as various speakers mentioned, about 7 to 10% is the bird processed today. 90% is sold as a commodity. So when we are commoditized industry, naturally the price volatility will be there, like how we experience with tomato, potato, onions today. Same experience we have, because this is a commodity we are dealing with. And we do have a couple of socially religious sensitive months, as we know, Shravan or Navratri or another couple of Lent months. So processing, we have to move forward with the processing that gives the stability for the value chain backwards and brings stability to the industry, and we have more predictability on the consumption pattern state-wise or month-wise, so people can plan the placement of the broilers and control the prices. Secondly, Dr. Jena mentioned about the exports. So we have to focus on exports. Today, eggs, of course, you mentioned about the eggs are being exported to the Middle East countries, hardly 3-4 countries. And we heard the news of egg going to USA. It was really, everybody was surprised how people managed to ship the eggs to USA. Finally, I understand the consignments have reached there, and after that we have no news. So exports have to go. If you don't export, at least 3-4% of the product is exported. That brings more stability to the industry. And we can, during this, the lean months when the consumption is lesser, we can focus on exports. If exports are open for our countries, so naturally we can ship out the processed chicken and bring stability here. Hope I answered your question.
Absolutely. I'm sure the participant physically present, and I think this telecast is also on YouTube, so they will be also getting enriched with your insight, Dr. Narhari. So another question to you, Dr. Narhari, before we move to other panelists. Many of the times we hear from the farmers that poultry processing is for the big size farms. So what would be, according to you, should be the minimum threshold for a farm size to start, or let's say consider processing?
Well, Mr. Rakesh has done a lot of research last 5 years when he is with Delicious. He knows number of processors in the country. Today we have approximately 100 processors in the country, meaning those who are doing 1,000 birds per hour and above. This is what I'm meaning. So there are people who are placement of chicks 40,000-50,000 also per week. They are also processors. There are quite a few examples. And it is not really for the big companies. It is required even for small companies to stabilize their business and control the entire value chain. For example, if I say, if someone is having the breeders and also he has got entire value chain under control and also into the retail business, has one best example, if I say, Lifeline in Bangalore. What a beautiful business model they have. And approximately 35 to 40% of their birds grown, they sell through their own retail outlets. This is the best example to quote. Lifeline came to my mind first.
Likewise, there are quite a few other people also in Bangalore. In Bangalore, I say, Bangalore is going to be the model city in the country where you can see for the example, for retail. There are 3 companies to put together, including Lifeline. They have around 70 modern retail outlets in Bangalore. Even no other city he is having. So, coming back to the question that company need not have to be a bigger company to get into the processing. There are equipments, technology available even we can start investment with the 3 to 4 crores. We can do a decent processing, fulfilling all the guidelines what FSA say, even EA guidelines also we can fulfill and do the exports.
Thank you. So the bottom line is even a farm which is having 40,000 to 50,000 placement per week can also, equally pursue the poultry processing.
Interestingly, tomorrow I am visiting Berhampur, around 200 kilometers north of Calcutta. I don't want to disclose the name of the company. He is not having even breeder farm. So I'm going to see the site where he is going to build the processing plant, and we are working, I'm supporting him.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you. So Dr. Deepak, can you please pass on the mic to Dr. Deepak? So Dr. Deepak, we wanted to understand from you belong from the genetic company value chain. So what is, according to you, the ideal broiler weight, wherein, from an economic standpoint, farmers earn money as well, and end consumer also get a good quality of produce, like the taste, texture, and other parameters. So because this is a very burning topic what we are facing in the industry right now.
I guess 1.8 to 2.2 kg is having more tenderness, more juiciness, and less fiber. So this is the better number, 1.8 to 2.2 kg.
How about producers' profitability?
It always depends on that various factor, like what is the price of end product, what is price of your raw material, and what GC you are paying to your customer. It all depends in various factors. So we can say that as per the analysis of these factors, we can decide what should be the selling price of the broiler for more profitability.
Thank you. Dr. Barbude, I'll come to you now. You have showcased many technologies which are developed or getting work there in ICR and MIR, National Meat Research Institute. So the question from the industry is how this technology transfer can be accelerated to the poultry sector. Your thoughts on this?
Thanks, Dr. Yes, we have our own agri-business incubator through which we entertain these new startups, new generation of entrepreneurs. So our transfer of technology is very easy now actually. We have now, you may be aware that we have one company from ICR, Agro-Innovate. So we do actually our techno-commercial all discussions with them, and whosoever interested is a single window entry. I must tell you, some of the entrepreneurs, they came for some technology. We have signed the MOU on same day. There is no any diplomatic channel or something, whatever you say it actually. So it is very easy, and then whatever through our agriculture incubator also, if you have any idea, any entrepreneur, new entrepreneur, they have any product, something. So if you doesn't have any facility also, we provide our facility where it is available. You can handhold, we can test market, we can whatever the product you can innovate, that type of all things will help us. Secondly, even our poultry processing plant at our institute, we have around 300 birds per hour. That we are also given on lease basis. Anybody entrepreneur, now 2 entrepreneurs already they are working with us, and they slaughter somebody is now started in Hyderabad herbal chicken, called it actually 1,000 birds per day he will slaughter. Another Dr. Kotaya, you know him, already last 3-4 years he is working with us, and every Saturday, Sunday, he brings his birds, he slaughters there and packs actually. So all this facility, even our rendering plants, that is pet food, it is available, poultry process, all slaughter waste is processed there. Secondly, many of the women's self-help groups also, they are coming to us, particularly chicken pickle making. We are lot of trainings on that also. And also other technologies, whatever they even now meat speciation and other things type of facilities, we are outsourcing actually. And anybody who wants to join us and whatever technology available, they can come directly to us, and we are open to it.
Thank you, Doctor. So, Dr. Das, since you have expertise on the animal nutrition side of the business, and a big chunk of the cost goes into the animal nutrition, particularly 60 to 70%. So, looking at the current diversion of maize for ethanol production, and also the supply availability of the raw materials, what is your view that how it is going to impact the safe and sustainable meat production?
Yeah, it's a very valid question, sir. I think for this hour, the need of the industry also, for maize and also for rice, particularly as the bioethanol production is concerned. And year on year, it is on a sharp rise, almost 15 to 20% annually. It is on the higher surge. So, for our future sustainability, for the industry, for the poultry growth, we can say, for the broilers, as we are mentioning, around at least 7 to 8%, maybe for the layers 4 to 5% or 6%. So we can further intervene in some of the alternate ingredients also, particularly instead of maize, if we can say like this bajra, and some of the other energy sources also, like sorghum. Wheat is not at all means possible, because in Indian context we don't think that wheat is productivity wise, it is also not that much viable here. And also some of the other oil cakes, particularly you can say about this soya oil cake or this half fat soya. Those things are also coming up nowadays in a very highly commercial, with some good commercial value addition. Because say if we use this half fat or the full fat soya, it will not only give you a better derivation of this energy, but also the chances of adulteration comparatively will be less. And also we can see that we can reduce the dependability on the maize, corn particularly. So, and the energy deficit can also be made up properly by these things. And the other factors also, if we take in account the other animal protein sources also, whether it is this, that is MBM or this chicken meal, and this offal meals particularly. And also another aspect we need to look into is the hydrolyzed meals particularly, whether it is something like enzymatic treated soybean or enzymatic treated mustard oil or rapeseed meals. Those things should definitely come in account, particularly because we have seen even in case of our industry has started up even in South India, a few of our customers had started with this larva meal and this insect proteins and this single cell protein also. But we need to make those things commercially viable. So I think on a very holistic approach, if we go for, we need to reduce these things by reducing the dependability or the burden on the maize on that case.
Thank you, Dr. Das. Prashant, maybe you can take the mic. So very insightful presentation on artificial intelligence. So how artificial intelligence can be enabler for predictive diagnostics and particularly the viral diseases, because across the country we hear from poultry farmers that the livability percentage is gone down and mortality percentage has gone up, and primarily related to viral challenges. So how AI the artificial intelligence can be enabler in minimizing those issues?
Thank you. It's a great question. Essentially, the approach that will fundamentally change is from a current focus, which is detecting disease. I think the first step is to move towards a proactive approach which focuses on preventing disease. So if the diagnostics are done far more from a monitoring perspective, say for instance once a week, once in 10 days, that data that is generated from that will allow us to really understand patterns pertaining to viral challenges, and over a period of 6, 8, 10 months,
we can get to a point where there's enough data for the algorithm to read, understand spot patterns in the quantification of the pathogenic load or viral load, as you were saying. Those patterns will allow us to predict a future outbreak a couple of days, a couple of weeks before it happens. That's a practical applicability of the role of artificial intelligence in possibly reducing some of those losses.
Prashant, continuing with you. So, let's say current poultry operations, they are without, let's say, artificial intelligence technology. And would you recommend that artificial intelligence technology can be top of the what they are doing like presently, or you wanted to replace certain processes into the current poultry operations? So what is the best proposition for a farmer?
I mean, that really depends upon where we're trying to use AI. But my current view is the cost of sensors are falling, and they've fallen significantly over the last decade. We're soon going to get to a point where sensors are going to become ubiquitous because of how affordable they are. And if that becomes the case, then I think from a point of view of the absence or the limited presence of data, we could move towards the presence and then, of course, use that data to drive decisions and the practical application of AI on the ground. So rather than replacing anything that we currently have, I look at this as an augmentation of what we can do with it.
How about the cost? Like it would be additional cost to the farmers, or it will have some savings so that it can offset the addition of this technology?
Great question. I think from all of the data that we've currently seen, there are double-digit returns on sensors within the first year. So the return on investment far outweighs the cost.
Thank you, Prashant. So we'll definitely, learn more from you in coming times about this predictive diagnostic, because ensuring the health of the animals is also INFA's prime motto and for every farmer. Yeah. So Rakesh, coming to you. So I must compliment Rakesh to, bring a very who are actually the person who is doing the 90% of the job. Like say 90% is wet, let's say assume wet market, and this person is actually doing having the interface with our chickens and the kind consumer. So you talked about like the self-esteem of these roles, the job proficiency of this role, the skill set of this role. Perhaps we have not much discussed on this. So maybe you can shed some light what Licious is doing to make these roles more, you can say, respected in societal norms, more, you can say, acceptable, and also their self-esteem, that they should be considered as like a trained technician rather than just, perception of non-skilled labor.
Thanks, Dr. Makija, for this question. So, in Licious, we don't call anybody butcher. We call them meat technician, okay? Because butchery is an art. The way how the butchery happens, it's a purely art, and how the meat looks like. The consumer, when they see the meat, right, then they get attracted towards it. So to change the entire ecosystem in terms of building community and all, we encouraged changing the roles, giving them more training in terms of what really it is. Because if you see the way things are going in terms of increasing demand and all, very few people wants to work that manual work, right? And automation and all, once processing and all, it increase, automation will come, but it will take years. So to make these kind of jobs more respected and all, Licious is investing in the lower strata of the society, and we have many women also who is part of meat technician team. So that's a respected job if you see it's considered in our ecosystem. Thanks.
Thank you, Rakesh, and I'm sure from.
Just I want to add
Please
to
add,
this
yeah.
actually. Last 2-3 years, my institute, we are conducting specialized training program for the meat technicians, what we call butchers actually. How to do animal welfare, right? How to stun the animal, how to make the cuts, how it can be hygienically handled. And now very recently, 2 HR firms, one from Chennai and one from Kerala, they approached us and they wanted trained butchers to be sent to Germany. A lot of demand from Denmark or Greece, other European countries particularly. And in fact, 2 batches we have trained. They already got jobs abroad. And now, maybe now last week only we have given proposal. One firm from, I think it is from local Hyderabad only. They want 15 days training program for butchers only, exclusively. How to train these animal welfare measures, plus cuts, how to make the different cuts, how to make packaging, all these things. So anybody, any industry is interested in this, definitely we can help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barbude. This is insightful for us. So keep it mic with you, Rakesh. Since you are from a company which is sourcing chicken meat from poultry community, what are your expectations as an organization, that what kind of things farming community should consider in terms of their operation, in terms of their production, so that they can get more access to your model, or you get the best in class product from them?
Okay, so for us, the quality of product is a paramount. Okay, when we say quality of product, what all it goes into? For example, tenderness of the bird. So the doctor rightly mentioned, say the age, in addition to the weight of the bird, age also matters a lot. So for us, we take 1.8 to 2 kg bird in our system, and the age is anywhere between 32 days to 35, which is the most premium in terms of tenderness, juiciness and all. So that is one. Secondly, we take material from organized slaughtering unit only. So that is also required. And in terms of farming and all, antibiotic residue free is what we take from our partners. And biosecurity measures and all in the farms and all. So all best animal husbandry practices has to be practiced for the farmers to be part of our ecosystem. So it's not just chicken; it could be fish or a lamb and goat. All these rules applies across the products which we deal into.
Thank you. So Gopi, I'll come to you now. So Gopi, because you coming from outside in perspective to our sector, what is your view that why as our country there is an affinity or liking towards the wet market or the wet chickens rather than the processed one? Any insight from you that why there is a preference for the wet ones?
Okay, let me answer from myself, considering as a consumer. Processed, there is some rub-off effect from other chilled and frozen segments onto chicken. This is number one that comes to my mind. ये chicken का गुनाह नहीं है. There is something rub-off effect of something going bad in other sectors also is coming onto chicken, which in my sense is it's a clean food. Whatever the value chain we have from plant to the deep freezer in the retail chain, it is well maintained. That is number one. So we have to address this as a education initiative, how this is well maintained, that needs to be addressed. Now coming to the wet market, I think some of us speakers, we mentioned the next generation most likely may or may not go to the wet market, and the tendency to go on a weekend, Sunday morning for a wet shop may come down eventually. This is already there. For most of the young generation, let's say my daughter age who are in college, for them chicken is a kind of an industrial vegetable. Chicken popcorn cow, it has no stigma, no Savan, no Shravan, no Saturday, Monday. It is just like any other high protein vegetable. So that is something that needs to be educated. But yes, as the old generation has this preference of walking, the neighborhood shop. That will slowly come down. So three things come, as I said, all these three things need to be worked in sequence to make that this is something that can be consumed more like our protein powder, like whey. There is no Saturday for whey powder consumption, so why for chicken, something like that. So it is whey protein is as non-vegetarian as chicken. There's nothing wrong in that for me, if you ask me. So that stigma needs to be removed. I think that these are my views on chicken consumption, and I think slowly, as we, I think the Godrej Agrovet, Mr. Abhay showed nice slide on kids asking for a protein vegetable from the deep freezer. So whatever that is there in deep freezer, it is the most ideal in terms of food safety also, because microbial activity is still active at 0 to 8 degrees. Minus 18 is the right temperature for most of the non-vegetarian products. So whatever that is there in top shelf is top choice for our health. That again, this education also needs to go into the consumer mind. I think these are some of my top of the mind thoughts.
Dr. Narhari, I come to you again. According to you, like, what are the consideration poultry farmers should do for the safe production of both chicken and the eggs from a food safety aspect? What consideration they should be keeping in mind?
Well, most of the farmers are associating with the bigger companies, because what farmers can do at their level only follow the biosecurity protocols. Otherwise, chicks are coming from a company, feed is coming, vaccine coming, veterinary aid, all, except some of the the housekeeping, basically litter management. So these things only. I don't think, they can contribute to the maximum extent if they keep the control on this biosecurity norms. Otherwise, the rest is with the control of the parent companies.
Thank you. Dr. Jaina, what is the biggest bottleneck, for India to be ready for the exports of poultry product, whether it is chicken or the eggs? What is the biggest bottleneck?
So, this I will be speaking from the perspective of a consumer or from the perspective of an importer. Now, whenever it comes to any product, they generally look at two things. I mean, one is compliance is not being followed, and then when you look at the perspective of an exporter or a producer who wants to sell his products, so from his point of view also, the biggest bottleneck that they keep on following is the cold chains, and the next thing is the final miles or the compliances. And in present day scenario, compliances are something that are being, those are evolving and becoming much easier and easier. And people are learning. There are associations, there are federations who are helping people out with these. But then again, when we speak of something like the first mile, that is the cold chain or other processing technologies, that is where very little extension work is being done, or the technologies are not reaching so faster to the producers or to the exporters. Now I'll give an example here. As this is very much related to what Dr. Barbudhe sir was speaking of. ICAR SIFA in Kaushaliya, I belong to the East Coast, and many of my associates and some of my friends, around 10-15 years back, they started buying these shrimp hatcheries. starting shrimp hatcheries for large entities is quite easier. However, an individual or for smaller entities, it is not feasible also. However, they could buy it. The only reason was that we have a beautiful ecosystem in India in the name of ICR. These are nothing other than think tanks. In the moment these think tanks produce certain technologies which can reach to the common people at a far economic price, that is what is very much needed. And that's just an example I'm speaking of. And what Sir was speaking earlier, if that is something that can happen, the first mile problem can be completely resolved. Cold chain, smaller processing units, and plug and use processing plants. If this is something that can happen, the bottlenecks are gone. That's all.
Thank you. So Shyam, I'll come to you. Maybe someone can pass on the mic to Shyam. So Shyam, can you talk about how your organization is considering for accelerating the adoption of poultry processing in the Indian market?
Yeah. Overall, from a global perspective, the organization is now currently focusing on processing. In most of the other countries, there is a limitation on growth in poultry because as it's the parent bird stock is kind of governed by regulation and you cannot grow beyond a point. So there is some accelerated effort happening globally, predominantly in Indonesia, where the growth is going to be led by processing because you cannot grow the number of birds. So the investment going into product development and technology is immense, which a lot of it can be applied to Indian market also. So we are generally much smaller wing of the group, where the group does around 100 million birds a month. We currently do 1 million in India, but we are also expanding to 10. So the leveraging upon the investment the group is doing in NPD, in technology development, in a lot of new product creation into different categories that currently we can't even imagine, like into snacking and so on. So the overall approach from Indian perspective is into 3 pillars. One is the production. So we are expanding, our first plant is up and running in Pune. The idea is over the next 5 to 10 years, at least have 3 or 4 plants across the country, serving large customers, institutional and consumers alike. Second is in the sales and marketing side, where we are building capacity to market the products that the group kind of comes up with in the Indian market. And third is in channel. So we also have our own e-commerce website, we have some few stores. Those are in very early stage, but it will happen in sequence. First we'll build production, then we'll build the sales and marketing capability to promote the products that are globally developed and the channel wherever required so that the products can reach customers.
So we are coming closer to this panel discussion. So last question I'll ask to Rakesh. Can you please pass on? So Rakesh shared one statistic that today we are at 90% of the wet market and 10% to the process or organized market. And his statistics suggest that by 2034, which is close to 10 years from now, it would be 3 times the share of poultry processing versus the... So maybe you can talk about what are the key drivers for you think that in 10 years, it would be 3 times the share as of today. And is there anything which all the players of value chain can do to shorten this period from 10 years to even lesser?
So the processing capacity enhancement will depend on, it's all ROA related decisions, okay? Because say, smaller plant, even 3,000 birds per hour, it takes 100 to 150 crore, right? So one thing is how our economy grows, okay? Because more disposable income with the consumer, they will buy better products or more consumption in terms of protein and processed products. That's one. Second could be some guideline from government and all, if say this Clean India program and all, where if in metro cities, if government comes up with some policy where they ban street slaughter and all, then obviously the requirement will come, increase manifold. Then people will, put more processing facilities. Or, for example, say a few years back, Indian Army and military,
They were earlier taking wet market birds. They have stopped now. So they are only buying birds from organized slaughter. So these are some of the things which can accelerate the growth. One more could be consumer adoption. Right now the premium, say it's a 20% higher premium for processed products versus wet market, because the processing costs in wet market is 2 to 3 rupees per bird versus 15 to 20 rupees in plants because of higher capex, cold chain and all, right? So the premium which consumer are willing to pay, that also will determine the acceleration. So one more thing Dr. Buddhi sir told in terms of smaller plants. Say smaller plant, less capex. Okay. So last 4-5 years that model also coming. People are coming with 1,000 birds per hour plant, 500 birds per hour, only chilled, not frozen and all. So that adoption can also lead to better conversion in terms of processing. So all these factors will determine how we'll go ahead.
Thank you, Rakesh. So we'll open the floor for participant in the audience if you have any question. Yeah. So please, we can have a mic. And you can please let the panel know whom you are asking the question.
Thank you, Doctor. Good evening, everybody. And question 2 is a very good, excellent, fantastic panel and discussion, lot of presentation like that. But I'm coming to the word of my mentor, Mr. G.N. Ghosh. I'm working with West Bengal Poultry Federation. I'm 40 years in this industry. See, everybody you are talking about a lot of development, but Mr. G.N. Ghosh always his talk, what is the promotion at grassroots level? I'm request to listen. I have seen that is a Rakeshji, your process. You are sometimes doing the promotion in the house and the complex. So that is Mr. G.N. Ghosh. We are having so many club ladies. Yesterday you were there in the club. It's a very big club. So why we are not doing some promotion there to reach to the grassroots level, the housewife who take the decision? So this is any plan for doing this thing? I'm staying in Newtown. A good number of housing societies there, but I have seen one society. You open the counter, but what not others?
Yeah. So to answer to your question, we wherever we are operating, so almost 22 cities we are operating. So there are 2 ways. One is online. So there are not all the consumers wants to buy online. So we are going with the offline channel as well, because people are used to offline. They can come, feel and touch the products, and then so that's one more channel where we are engaging more with the consumers. And also promotional events. Right now, say through social media and all we are doing, because it's mostly online. With the offline and all, nearby area with the communities and all, say societies and all, we keep doing these promotional events. So you will see more of these events in Kolkata as well in coming months.
Sir, I can give you a tips or now Durga Puja is coming. It is the biggest festival and it's generate a lot of income and it's a lot of economy related to West Bengal. Of course, Durga Puja is every part of the world nowadays. So you can that is a big opportunity. You can come to the Durga Puja society, and I can help you.
Yeah, so we do campaigns. Last year also we did during Durga Puja campaigns in terms of promotion, launching new products specific to those festivals. We keep on doing. So could be Christmas, Durga Puja and all. There's a plan with the marketing team who does that. So that will be there. Yeah.
Thank you.
I will add to your question actually. Now very recently one of one community in Telangana, Khatik community actually. We had one interactions with them and their group they are promoting things like this. Even one entrepreneur from Maharashtra also. So what we are telling him, we are now gated community is a concept now everywhere cities. So we have told them they are approaching now. See how much in the community, maybe on Saturday, Sundays or any days, how much meat is required and what type of meat, maybe chicken meat or They will nicely slaughter it hygienically, they will pack nicely. So this is already going on at the moment. We are working on this. Yes. Yes.
Anybody else in the audience have any question or any thought, feedback? Yeah, please.
Good evening all. With such a lovely ambience where we have such a noble people who are learned, researchers, businessmen, auctionships. So I just want to put one word that was coming into my mind. See, while we are talking about market growth of processed chicken is all 5 to 10% like figures we are seeing. But why you are forgetting that 90% market is still open where we can do some value addition so that our business gets immediate benefit. Why we are talking about 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years investment. Let us go for that wet market, how to better the wet market, what value additions we can bring in, what invention, what new technologies can bring in. So that will give additional value. But I think that will be shortest. Thank you.
So recently I came across a situation, actually in Bangladesh, because I keep on traveling Bangladesh frequently. So you know, like whoever goes to Bangladesh, it is 90%, or I can say 95% is the wet market. Okay, and and the problem is that very few companies like maybe Nourish, Paragon, Kazi, they are having some processed chicken, but rest is all, that is also very few quantity only. Now to bring up the market share of wet market in a more hygienized way, because people are looking for both hygiene as well as they will also try to make sure that, say Bangladesh, so it should be some kind of halal card, right? And it should be hygienic too, and also it should be cost affordable. So all the three things should be met. Now what they have done recently is that in supermarkets, they have made some kind of stalls within the supermarket with some kind of glasses or covered glasses, and they are cutting the chicken in front of the consumers who are actually buying from the wet market, say some roadside shops, roadside cutter shops. Instead of that roadside cutter shop, the same thing they have come and designed it in a more lucrative way, in a more fashionable way within that supermarket. So that is one way of brand building, that the people, in the way they actually want the chicken, that is also made. And number two, that cost is also made in that way. Means what I recently came across.
Anyone else? Yeah, ma'am, please. Please pass on the mic.
Good evening to everyone, and it's been really an honor to be part of such a esteemed gathering and got to learn so many things. Thank you, team Poultry Review. Thank you, Sanjay ji. It was really a very well organized event. I'd just like to add a little bit to Dr. Jaina, since exports, you were dealing with the subject. Since I work with Government of India for taking care of a little bit of exports as well as imports, for export, India is ready, or we are already exporting eggs. There is more to look up to the processing meat, especially, but that will be a wholesome thing, right from production till your export. We have to take care of everything, because international certification or the requirements we have to meet too. Like export is always the requirement of the importing country. So India, if we want to export, we will have to take care of each and every country. They will give us the requirements, and we have to comply to their requirements. So as we all know, EU is very stringent, and day by day it's growing. Like now, exporting something to Bangladesh is very easy, to Nepal is very easy, but not as so as to export to EU. So we have to take a holistic approach for exports. Certification, yes, definitely we have other agencies in India also, but our main focus is that we have to cater to their demands. I mean, whichever country wants to import from us, we have to comply to all their requirements. So that may be beginning from certification like the farm where it was produced and all the things. The standards are only increasing day by day. So if we want to compete to that market, we definitely have to start from the basics. Not only about export certification, basics. So certification will again require what we are doing, like from the manufacturing, where the farm is, till the product. So that we have to take care of. Just adding to what you spoke.
Sure, ma'am. I mean, whatever you're saying makes sense. That's what I was also speaking when analysis.
Yes, yes.
Now, it's not just from the production, but it comes from even the crop which is produced.
Exactly.
What crop is being fed to these birds, it comes from there as well.
It's a holistic thing, you know.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We have to take into account each and everything.
Each and everything.
Not just the
Absolutely.
batch or that consignment that we are exporting.
Yes.
The traceability and everything. So
Yes,
we will live up to the international standards. We have to take the baby steps. We are already into it.
Yes, yes. We are already doing all these things. I mean, in each and every sector, may it be meat exports, meat products exports, in egg or egg products, we are doing it in each and every sector. The only thing that we need to do as of now is we need to scale up.
Yes, yes. I mean, we have a potential. India as a whole, we have a potential.
It does. It does.
We have to meet up to that. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation.
एक छोटा सा इंटरेस्टिंग केस स्टडी बताता हूँ फ्रॉम आउटसाइड पोल्ट्री. फॉर एग्जांपल घी मार्केट. घी एज यू नो इज़ बटर ऑयल. दुनिया में कहीं में भी घी बना सकते हो एज लॉन्ग एज यू हैव ए डेयरी सस्टेनेबल डेयरी इंडस्ट्री इन दैट कंट्री एंड यू हैव एक्सेस टू just heat the butter and then converted it to ghee, isn't it? Then we thought, how can India export ghee from India to other countries? But over a period of last 3-4 years, I am working with some dairy companies. Ghee का जबरदस्त demand आ रहा है. See, butter can be available anywhere, but India का butter India में बना के ghee convert करने के बाद उसका स्वाद अलग है. So this is something we have to convert to poultry also. अब चिकन टिक्का कहीं पे भी बनाओ, अब it doesn't matter, but इंडिया का मसाला से बना के एक्सपोर्ट करो ना. So that emotion and this thing slowly need to be adapted and then converted into marketing. किसी ने बताया था ना, marketing is just storytelling. So if we say that अरे वहाँ पे भी चिकन लेगा, इधर भी चिकन लेगा, इधर से चिकन एक्सपोर्ट करेगा तो कौन खाएगा? Then we will remain like this another 10 more years of annual conclave, we will still be speaking same thing.
नमस्ते सर. मेरा सवाल नरहरि सर और गोपीनाथ सर से है. सवाल यह है सर, लैक ऑफ जेनेटिक डाइवर्सिटी, इज इट अ कर्स और ब्लेसिंग फॉर इंडियन पोल्ट्री मार्केट?
ये मेरा भी डाउट है. अभी जितना ट्रेड वार हो रहा है यूएस के साथ, अब जेनेटिक्स के ऊपर भी ये टूट पड़ेगा तो क्या होगा हमारा?
Dr. Narahari, you may like to respond. Yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
Lack of genetic diversity, is it a curse or blessing for Indian poultry farmers?
No, that question should be whether it arises for chicken.
You're talking about egg or chicken?
No, the poultry market, the poultry farming I'm talking about.
Poultry genetics, definitely it is a boon for us because if you look at the growth of consumption in the last 25 years, chicken has grown by 950%, meaning 400 grams to today what we are talking about 5.7 kilos. That is the level of growth we have witnessed. It is because of genetics supported by the nutrition. So, hope I am answering your question.
Yes, sir.
Is that
The question was the diversity of the genetics. The number of genetics available in the India, is it less or optimal? That was the question.
Okay. We are not lack of genetics. We have our own indigenous breeds are there. In fact, many of our breeds are taken to other countries, have improved, particularly in case of beef cattle and all. We know the history. Angus, Brahman, these breeds. Today, we see them as the best beef cattle. So we have, you can say India is a museum of genetics. We have a lot of any breeds. You can take country chicken to the beef cattle to sheep and goat to, we have good, in fact it is helping. So like in chicken, in other livestock, the genetic improvement needs to be done. So that I think in those lines, Government of India also giving the funding for the sheep and goat farming and even other livestock sectors.
Tarun sir, you wanted to? No, but you can respond or feedback.
No, I'm not going to respond. I was that issue of
issue of India amongst the top 10.
Mic पे अगर आप बोलेंगे
No, it's just, you see, we should not.
Access to the DGFT latest data till July 2025. I think I can spend 1 or 2 hours.
No, I just want to make us, I'm not, this is, we're not trying to score points here. Number one, we should not err on data. Second is we must interpret the data in the right context. Now, India ranks somewhere like 36th or 37th as far as egg exports is concerned. According to FAO data, less than 3% of the eggs produced globally are exported. So international trade in eggs is almost negligible. Eggs are not highly traded commodity. Now, 22-23, that 1 year, India has been the fastest growing egg exporter. We registered a growth of more than 140% in 1 year. Now, let us understand whether this is a trend which is going to continue or it is a one-off that we suddenly reach. That's my limited point. You see why? Because if we say, "Arey, we have reached number top 10, we may become complacent. We may become complacent and err on our strategies. But we are actually on the right trajectory, then we must sustain it. And otherwise, we must analyze that this one-off of 140% is an aberration. It's very, very unusual, and we may end up patting our backs and end up with a strategy which is not correct and not process the data in the right perspective. That is my only this thing. But this calls for greater research. Because even still, I am not satisfied. What I have discovered is okay. But I have tried to rely upon OECD and FAO data, which, because you said EPIDA. You see, I have worked in government for 35 years, interacted and handled EPIDA and all these persons. I know how suspect government data could be at times and how much we compromise on integrity of data at several times. That is number one. Second is, EPIDA is the repository of data of exports from India otherwise. EPIDA is not a repository of data of exports of other countries. That's why EPIDA says we are top 10. EPIDA has no authority to say that. EPIDA has to say that we are amongst the top 10 because FAO says so, or the repository of data says so. That is the limited point I wanted to make.
Just in addition to what you're saying, sir. One is, it was year-on-year growth, the 140% or the next thing is, as you spoke of, will we be complacent? I mean, will we be, abhi ho gaya to ho gaya? Is it really happening? Now, yes, there are challenges. I believe everyone here must have heard what happened when a few of the containers which were sent from Namakkal were sent back. And one thing that is happening since 5 or 7 years is GCC is rejecting or is not happy with the egg size that India is exporting. Along with that, what very few people know is GCC is not happy with the way Indian eggs smell. That is one more thing. So, are we being cautious or not? Yeah, that is something nobody has an idea. That is where maybe perhaps different institutes, educational institutes, may do some research, or other associations and other bodies can do some work on that. Again, these are all certain things we all have to work together.
I think I just want to add one point to that.
Because the organizers are giving us the hint for conclusion.
Eggs, actually egg exports, we have not even adopting the simple technology, egg sorting and grading. Because today eggs are exported and they say undersized eggs, sometimes rejecting and all. So simple technology of egg sorting and grading, if we follow, dirty eggs are removed, cracked eggs are removed, even the eggs with the blood spot in the yolk are removed by the machines. So which is a serious issue in some of the Muslim countries as it is haram. So grading, if we do and select the best one as per the country's requirement, and we can do that. So that level of implementation of the smallest technology is not practiced by exporters. So I think this is a high time. A lot of people now talking about, at least in Namakkal area, that we go for egg sorting and grading machines. So it's a good thing, good development. At least it brings consistency, because when it comes to export, there are two microbial specifications and physical specifications. One who stick to both the specifications will be a successful exporter. This is what I wanted to add.
Thank you, Dr. Narahari. And with this, I think we conclude this panel discussion. So big round of applause to all our panelists for sharing your insight, experiences. And thanks to all the people who are watching this live. So thank you, IPR team, for bringing all the experts of poultry processing under one roof. And this is just the beginning. Perhaps all the interaction would lead to some ignition of thoughts. And we can bridge after this events as well. We know which expertise is available within the country. And together we achieve the goal of this particular conference, from farm to fork, unlocking the value for efficient, safe, and sustainable poultry processing. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll have a group picture.
Thank you for the excellent panelist discussion. I think it was very interactive and useful exchange by one and all. We have a... Hanji? So we have the last part of the program, and I'll just take an extra couple of minutes. Mr. Sanjay had introduced me this morning and also informed about my volunteer activity in the PUM of the Netherlands. So in that context, I would like to introduce Mr. Namit Shah. Can you please come here for a couple of minutes? The Honorary Consul of the Netherlands, Kingdom of the Netherlands. So Mr. Namit Shah is my senior in the PUM, the Dutch government activity. So I would request you to please take just 2 minutes or 3 minutes just to explain about the PUM activity for the rest of course, the ending time, but if you can please.
Sure. Thank you very much, Selvin. Good evening. I've been fortunate to hear everybody speak. Feel I'm in the presence of stalwarts in the egg and chicken processing industry. But here we are here to talk briefly about a Dutch organization called PUM. And PUM is a not-for-profit organization funded by the Dutch government. And what it seeks to do is to help companies in the SME sphere, and that is spread across several industries. And one of the industries is indeed the poultry industry. And for all of you who are very active in this industry, you would always see the Netherlands as an active participant in many of your poultry meets all across the country. And that's because historically, the Netherlands does have very good technology, and that has been growing. Now, what PUM can do for you is if you have identified a technical gap where you need to bring in that information or that technology into your company's working, PUM can bring an expert and help you with this particular identified challenge. This is done by you, first of all, having to apply through the PUM portal. An expert is matched as per your requirement, and then the expert can come down and be with your organization for a period of about 10 to 12 days and help you on the ground, help you to overcome this issue. And the best part is, and I said that this was funded by the Dutch government, so this is coming to you at really no charge. This is something which is, the only cost that comes to you is that you have to take care of the expert who comes down in terms of his local transportation and stay, but there is nothing else. And therefore, what you have is European technology at your doorstep, and that is great as an opportunity. And I hope if you find that this is something which is useful for you, please remember PUM, get in touch with Selvan, he's your point man. But if there is somebody here in West Bengal or in Eastern India who is looking out for this assistance, our consulate is also working on the PUM office as well, and we'd be happy to help you. So that's the message we wanted to give. Thank you very much for allowing us to have the closing word there.
Thank you, Mr. Namit. Yeah. So Mr. Namit is here for quite some time in Kolkata. I think he also had some interaction with Mr. Amit Sarogi, Mr. Moiti, also regarding these projects. PUM has been active here for more than 30 years in India, and they do about 35,000 projects. The best part is it's latest technology and free of cost for us. Whether it's a black soldier fly or processing or formulations, they're available for free, and you have to approach it digitally under www.pum.nl. So I will share that later with you. So coming to the climax of the show, the main important thing for which we are all waiting is the concluding address by Professor Dr. P.K. Shukla to give us the essence and the expert ideas of the entire essence of what happened the whole day. So Professor Shukla is the President, Indian Poultry Science Association, and Professor and Head Department of Poultry Science, Duvasu, Mathura. Professor Shukla is a former Joint Commissioner Poultry, Government of India and Ministry of Agriculture, Department of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, and he played a crucial role in the policy planning and program implementation, especially in the poultry sector. He is a graduate of Veterinary College, Jabalpur. Awarded with numerous prestigious awards and honors, Professor Shukla is a distinguished Fellow of National Academy of Veterinary Sciences. He has authored several policy papers and status papers. Presently, he is engaged in research and education management in veterinary science and providing leadership for overall poultry development in the country. I don't mind repeating myself about Professor Shukla, that he has been an excellent bridge between the private sector and the government and the decision-making authorities, and linking in a perfect way and contributing for many decades, I would say. Professor Shukla, please.
Yeah. Thank you. So good evening, and my compliments to the organizer for a successful organization of this event, which in fact has begun last year, because last year our focus was the evolving landscape of poultry consumption in India. So that set it correctly the stage for further going for the processing. In fact, looking to the consumption pattern, there was a shift of consumer for getting more and more hygienic product, having more and more income, and then convenience of the products which are available in the market. So those were the key drivers, and this year he has designed it beautifully so as to bring it a step forward. No doubt there are a lot of challenges, and since beginning, Mr. Selvan Kannan, he narrated almost all the speakers very well, so I'll not repeat it. Rather, I'll try to summarize the key takeaway points. the challenges which are faced by the industry nowadays are very many. But again, the bird and its market remains very magical, I must say, because on one side, our industry fellows, they are saying that market is not there. Yesterday, sir, late in the evening, everybody had the discussion that since our last 3 or 4 months, we are facing problem, but nobody talks about when we are getting the boom or jump during the year. The story remains, we have a consistent growth year to year, and I think in the last decade, almost 8 to 10% annual growth rate was consistent. So that shows the potential of this tiny bird. Challenges are also there in the policy perspective, in the standards. Why? Because very many times, we also stuck up in the FSSAI. Probably Dr. Barbuddhe will agree with me because he is also there. I'm heading the panel on meat and meat products, including poultry. There also, there are few things where we stuck up, because when these standards have been formulated, it says the shelf life of egg, the shelf life of chicken meat, the fresh meat, the frozen meat. But again, when it comes to the compliance part, when we don't have the basic infrastructure, how we can in fact stress upon. Now, many more things have been discussed, how we can work on the ground level, what we can do. That reminds me that how the convenience has grown with the choices of food available nowadays. Earlier, we used to spend around 35 to 37% of our total income on our food basket. Now, it has gone up to 45%. And now, the days are when our children decides what we are going to have the breakfast, what we are going to have the lunch, or what we are going to have it in dinner. It means the convenience, affordability, choices, now these are the key drivers for the food market in a time to come. Coming to the processing sector, yes, as already Sulabh also asked about what we can do with the existing. Existing is changing. And Rakesh has beautifully narrated the mindset of those wet market people. Now their next generation, they are not ready to sit in the same shop, but if they are continuing with their business, it is not less than a sweet shop nowadays. If you are visiting in the urban areas, perhaps you are going to encounter this. And these are the live examples. Yes, I do agree with Dr. Tarun Sridhar, because he acts as a speed guard for me. We should make always the responsible statements. When we say responsible statements, it means we need to analyze what exactly is happening, what is the phenomena, how it is taken place, and what is the future of it. Say, for example, right now we were discussing about the export of poultry and poultry products in general. If we see the figures, in last 10 years, figure was consistent around 435 to 565 crores per year. Suddenly, phenomenal growth was there a year before. And yes, it was a question when we saw the figures, suddenly the question came to the mind whether it is sustainable or it is incidental. But again, we need to check it. And at the same time, it is very true what Anurag has told. This GCC, once they have received the act, now they are imposing a lot of things on us. The eggs of less than 60 grams, they are not accepting now. Earlier, everything was acceptable to them. So these are non-tariff barriers in a time to come which we need to face in a regime. So in a nutshell, what I can say, there are 7, 8 take-home points. One, integration is a key. Whether it is a producer or ultimately the seller or marketing person or the retailers, we need to integrate them, including processing. And then the food safety is non-negotiable. all the standards, whatever has been laid down through the regulatory authorities or at our own, need to take very serious step so that the food safety should not be compromised. Then sustainability drives the future. And sustainability in terms of our resources, especially the mention of energy, water, the circular economy, the waste management, the animal welfare issues, and also the environmental issues. And yes, the technology is enabler, whether it is AI or IoT or integration of these two, including the blockchain technology, which is a future, particularly with reference to our transparency and also the traceability. Yes, the value addition enhances the profitability, and this is the keyword nowadays. If we have a little value addition, definitely we are going to have the new avenues to earn more and to save more and more food. Now, consumer-centric approach, this is also very important. We should know what exactly the consumer wants, and if we can design the product as per consumers' demand, as per consumers' choice, as per their wish, then perhaps it will be more and more close to them to deliver the product of their own choice. Yes, the challenge is skilled workforce and the compliance. The skilled workforce, this is very important, and the compliance of whatever existing rules and regulations are there, that are the challenges nowadays. Very important is collaboration, which is essential. When I'm talking about collaboration, it is not only the industrial point, rather we need to have a collaborative approach from the point of production to the delivery. All academicians, all technocrats, policymakers, farmers, stakeholder, the entire value chain, I think we need to have a very integrated, collaborative approach, and always we depends on the opportunities. And India is having a huge opportunity because right now, time and again, it has been told, in nutshell, we are protein deficient nation. And off and on in print media, electronic media, and in social media, the thing which figures out is malnutrition. Almost 5 crore children in our country are malnourished. We people are calorie conscious, but we are not protein conscious. So a huge opportunity is available to have a clean protein with a clear future. And then the final message which we can take home is, if we truly wants to unlock the value from farm to fork, we must reimaginate poultry processing, not just as an industry function, but as an commitment to the food safety, to the efficiency, to the environmental stewardship, and to the consumer's well-being. Thank you one and all, and my special thanks to Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee, Shri G.N. Ghosh, and all my friends, those who have made this event successful. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. I can carry the mic.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Shukla. Thank you so much. And before we close today's session, a big round of thanks to all of you who've been a part of this, whether as the audience or as the sponsors or as the speakers. Thank you very much, and we look forward to next year's conclave, next August, which will be our 10th edition, which is quite a milestone for us. It seems as the other day that we started this initiative, and I think Professor Shukla, Dr. Sridhar, and Dr. Makhija have been part of the journey from day one, and I don't think even they realize that it's been 10 years. So thank you very much. See you next year.